right. Let's do that. Should be good now. Should have audio. And it's the best it's gonna get, dude. Let's rock with it. Okay. Yeah, I got full bars. It's just fluctuating. I'm at 1,000 right now. As long as you guys hear us, we'll
Are we
have other
live?
slides. Yeah, we're live. We're live on both.
Let me
Chris Bell's here.
yuck.
Chris, you gonna let him talk to you like that, bro?
Oh, I forget it.
Yeah.
I forgot every Texas guy.
All right, now that we're live and it looks like the internet's working a lot better, I see a bunch of green. All right, that's what we want to see. We're live on TikTok. We're live on YouTube. There's a reason why I had this little feeling that things weren't gonna run as smooth right when we went live. So luckily, we started a lot earlier. The draft is what?
10 minutes away.
10 minutes
No,
away.
it's like-
Is it 5 or 5:30 max?
Oh no, I hope it's 5. I'll crash. I'm about to crash out.
It's the pick's not gonna be set until about 5:25.
I know.
probably.
They're gonna spend 50 minutes on Cam Ward's pick.
Yeah,
Like-
but that's why we have Twitter, though. That's why we have Twitter, Max.
Oh yeah, let me pop Twitter. At 5 o'clock it says.
I wonder who the pick's gonna be.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, imagine it's Abdul Carter.
All right, Max. So it looks like we're running green bars. Can you confirm that? Or
Yeah, no, it's looking good.
we're good?
It's looking good.
Okay, so we're good on OBS's end. We're good on YouTube. We're good on TikTok.
I'm gonna have no data left for the rest of the month.
Yo, you don't got unlimited?
I think I do. I don't know.
I was about to say, Max. Come on,
Oh
dog.
God.
What plan you got? You got Verizon or T-Mobile?
I think it's Verizon.
Verizon's pretty good.
I'm Metro.
Verizon's pretty good because I know, like, before I didn't even used to get like service at your house with AT&T or T-Mobile, whatever I had. But what are some of the things that you're looking forward to in the draft, Max?
The
for
sixth.
tonight?
I'm looking forward to the 6th pick because I think the
No,
Raiders
you're not.
can.
So why the fuck are you lying? Tell the truth. What are you looking forward to? Are you looking forward to the Eagles? Are you looking forward to a couple of other teams?
I'm honestly just kind of interested in to see when the run of tackles and is there going to actually be a tackle at 12 for, let's just say, the Niners or the Cowboys.
I'm glad you brought that up because honestly, it's not so much about the tackles. I really want to see if the Patriots are going to take Will Campbell. That's
I know,
really what
yeah,
I'm looking
I know.
forward to.
I would be very surprised, man. Hey, TikTok, you making me root against them. You're making me. God, here I can't. Here you go. Just
What,
let
it's
me
messing
know.
with you?
Yeah, man. It feels like my ears are. I can't do it. I can't do it.
What a baby, bro.
Detective Gibby on the case.
Jeez. Anyway, what were you saying about Will Campbell?
No, I'm genuinely serious because they said I've seen so many experts they're infatuated with them. They're gonna take him. They're gonna take him, and it's like it's like you told me. It's like you can't really believe anything you see right now. This is like the smoke screen time of the day.
Look, I would say the past 72 hours is all
Just
fluff.
cap.
It's all.
It's just GM's cap.
Maybe something is paper trails as far as maybe there's a report that's gonna ring true, like Cam Ward going number 1. That's one that I would probably confirm that's probably true. But as far as everything else, you're hearing everything right now. So many people are talking. So many people are trying to get their news stories out there, trying to get clicks, trying to get eyes to their post or whatever. So they're going to say whatever they got to say to get your attention. So I wouldn't believe anything that's being said. I heard a couple things like the Raiders are going to draft for sure Membu. I've heard that Jacksonville is going to draft Genty. They're the favorites now.
That's the stuff where you're like, does that make sense?
Yeah.
We have these good running backs, but here, let's just go get a bunch of other ones. It's doesn't really make sense to me.
Right.
I'm not sure. When does the draft start? Everyone's like, the draft starts at 4. The draft starts at 4. So I'll be interested to see when it does in fact start. And honestly, Jalen Walker too would be a good one to just see. When are we gonna see him taken?
I feel like something that will turn the draft upside down. Obviously, the biggest storyline that would rock it is obviously Shador. I don't think it's gonna happen as far as him being picked in the top 10. But let's say the Giants do some crazy stuff and they actually do pick him. That will be nuts. I think that will be Michael Penix type shocker. Because
Hmm.
we were all shocked with Michael Penix.
I don't think that's going to happen. This
You don't think so, but if I would
no,
have told you that Michael Penix is being drafted to the Falcons, you would have
no,
called me an
no,
idiot.
no. I know what I'm saying is I don't think that moment's going to happen this year.
We'll see.
Do you?
I think there's a possibility of it. And maybe it's not Shador, but there is a possibility that a team drafts Jackson Dart or Shador Sanders pretty early before 21.
I see. I'm kind of inclined to disagree with you, to be honest with you.
I mean, it's the draft. Nobody really knows what to expect. I think we have a lot of narratives in our head right now. We've been watching a lot of mock drafts. We've been hearing what people are saying. So in actuality, though, we don't know what's gonna happen.
Really?
Besides the first pick,
Howie
we don't
called
know.
me.
We don't know.
Howie was like, "Hey, just want to let you know, Cowboys taking Kelvin Banks at 12, not Matthew Golden." Yeah, you didn't get that? You missed that call? Wow.
Yeah, I missed it.
You mean you should have seen it before the show? 1 points to me. He's like, "That's you." I'm like, "Oh, thanks, dude." I was getting confused. I thought I was hiding my bad hairline under a hat.
Oh my goodness.
I'm just letting it out there. Breathe,
Oh my goodness.
breathe, Bessie.
All right, let's see some of our rankings. These are Max's quarterback rankings. He has Cam Ward, he has Shador 2, but Jackson Dart 3, Will Howard 4, Jalen Melro 5. I think Jalen's another one, Max, that you can see going in the first round. That would be a complete shocker.
Yeah.
Is it likely? No. But is it possible? Yes, I can see it happening. It's the same argument that I saying about Jackson Dart and Shador Sanders. Like both of those guys I can see going in the first round. Dylan Gabriel, he's a day 3 guy.
No, yeah, he ain't.
Yeah, he's not gonna touch it. It's kind of like Will Howard. Like none of those guys are
The
gonna
Jaguars
get drafted.
and Browns are looking into trading. Okay, well, until it's official, don't believe it.
Yeah.
How much? Yeah, we were having this thing we were talking about this like a little bit earlier. So even if this was just I guess Cam Ward is the best for this draft class, but like how many draft classes do you think he'd go first in? Like last year, no, obviously no. Who was the first pick the year
He
before?
would go first in the Malik Neighbors.
Kenny
Malik
Pickett.
Willis.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, no, definitely would go. He'd be the first quarterback taken.
Yeah.
It's just weird to me that like I guess he's in another tier above Kenny Pickett. Like Kenny Pickett was the first quarterback taken at 20,
Right.
24. I mean, he's a good player. He's gonna be good for the Titans if they take him. It just kind of makes you think like, do you think Cam Ward has a chance to be a star? And if you do, you take him. If I just saw this on Twitter. Every team owns their original first round pick on draft day for the first time since 1967. That's a little surprising.
Since 67?
19. You got to think though, like it's always like a team trades back, and I mean that's probably not gonna matter
Right.
by the end of this when we see. Also, be good. It'd be interesting to see when Tech goes off the board. How many receivers do you think we're gonna see round 1, 2, 3?
Well, look, I think Tet's a first rounder.
Yeah.
I think.
Would you be shocked if Matthew Golden didn't go
Well,
round
are we
1?
gonna count Travis Hunter as a receiver?
No, it's
So just everything.
but Travis Hunter.
But
I
Travis.
guess would be the.
So I would say Tet goes in the first. I would say I have confidence that Matthew Golden will go in the first, and I think Emeka Buka goes in the first.
I mean, what would it shock you if they didn't?
The two guys that I'm shocked that I would not be shocked if they don't go is Emeka Buka and Luther Burden. Those are the two guys. I would lock in Matthew Golden, and I would. Tet's a lock. He's gonna be picked in the first round. It's just depending on where. But Emeka Buka, I can see a world where he falls out of the first. Same thing with Luther Burden. It just depends on how the board falls.
Yeah, and right now I'm literally just seeing stuff like
Chris Bell just said Cam Ward, Carson Wentz, or Jared Goff.
I see.
This is prospect wise.
I honestly don't think he'd go above Jared Goff. I don't think he would.
That one's tough. I would definitely pick him over Carson Wentz.
Hey, don't cap.
I would. As a prospect, yeah.
No, you're tripping. Come on.
As a prospect?
Carson Wentz was winning natties.
Get the hell out of here. Yeah, Jared Goff is a tough one, though.
So real quick, I'm just going to read some of the things I've been seeing on Twitter. They said Will Johnson's got a chronic leg problem. He could fall out of the first. That'll be interesting to see. Again, this didn't leak. Pete Carroll tweeted out this one, draft clue number 1. Michael B. Jordan holding this guy from the Sinners movie.
Jeez.
What do you think? He's taking.
I have no idea, bro.
I know
I
it's literally pointless till like they get on the clock and we get past pick 3.
yeah.
I guess there's only one more thing to talk about. Do you think Abdul's going to or Travis? That's
The last 72 hours I've been hearing a lot of Travis.
I've
But
been
in my
hearing that.
heart and what I think they should do and what I think they ultimately do is Abdul Carter. I just I I don't want to say this and sound like I'm hating on Travis Hunter or I think he's
You
not
love
going to work
Travis
out.
Hunter.
Yeah,
Why
I
would
love
you?
Travis Hunter. But I just do think that Abdul Carter would be more beneficial for their team than a Travis Hunter right now. And I just don't want to see Travis Hunter in Cleveland.
He could be
I'm
the next Braun.
no, definitely not. But I think Miles Garrett and Abdul Carter will be insane, dude. Like if Abdul Carter is everything that we're hoping that he's gonna be, that's gonna be the best pass rushing duo in the NFL.
I mean, it's
Not
kinda,
even close.
yeah, I would say the best edge rushing duo for sure, right? Like on paper, like if as soon as the pick's made, they're the two best pass rushers like duo in the league, right?
Yeah.
We concur.
Yes.
Okay.
100%.
Man, can we just start? It's 5:00. The draft is officially
It's
not
officially
started
open.
because Roger Goodell's got to walk down. He's got to go pet the city of Green Bay.
I put the remote. Where's the remote at?
I don't know. It's right there.
Where?
Is that not it?
No, that's not it.
Uh,
Chris Bell said Texas getting 3 tonight, boys. Hook 'em. How many Texas players?
oh, that's a good one. So I could see Golden going first. Oh, one. Look at one. That's why he didn't get drafted to play tackle. Bad feet. Let me say this one. Do the Texans have a for sure first round pick? Like a lock for the first round? Jahdae Barron's a lock for the first round.
Yeah, that's a lock. I like I said, Matthew Golden. I think he's gonna for sure
Golden,
go.
okay.
Yeah. Mabuka is not gonna be a first rounder.
No.
He can potentially be a third rounder.
Makuba,
sorry, excuse me.
Makuba and Abuka are just gonna like kill us this draft.
Well, let's show you guys. All right, we got our big board here. This is mine. Let me fix it for you guys. Hold on. Let me do the view. Okay, so this is Max's right here. Max, how many first rounders do you have? It looks like here you have about
27, 26.
26.
27 if you count Travis Hunter twice.
Right. But 26 first rounders.
I think I have a lot more set. I think first round's pretty. I think, and I was kind of generous. Like I could have made the case for Shador Sanders. He's not.
Joey said Kelvin Banks. That's another one.
Oh yeah, lock.
He's
yeah,
a lock.
Lock
Yeah.
for the first round. Excuse me. I would say this. I've been hearing some people only have like a 14 grade. Like Matt Miller said, like 15 people for the first. I've been seeing in mocks like Nick Scorton falling to the Eagles 32. I'm run that pick up.
Oh my goodness. I'm giving
And then
that an
I've been
A+.
hearing stuff like Walter Nolan's the first D tackle off the board. See, like that to me, I don't think that's happening.
You see, I think it's good to say this too, with all the smoke that's going on right
A
now.
lot of smoke.
You haven't heard anything about Mason Graham.
No, and that's like a good thing. That's like,
And that's a good
Some
thing.
team's gonna pick him.
I
Early.
think some team is trying to
Yeah.
lay low and be like, yeah, we're
Maybe
just
it's the
gonna pick him.
Raiders.
I hope so. I hope he
don't
falls to
want
the
Gentry?
Raiders. I would love Genty, just not
Cap.
at 6. Not at 6. That's it. I love Genty, but just not at 6. The value doesn't fit there. I love Mason Graham.
This is a great like tweet that's just Giants draft room is total chaos. No clear plan or vision. Frustration over Dart being leaked. GM threw a chair this morning. Like, no one was in the room who would tweet that. Get out of here.
Yeah, that's
Get
a cap.
the F out of here.
That's a cap.
Denver Broncos are making an aggressive push to get into the top 10. That'd be interesting to see who that's for.
Yeah.
I can't imagine they're trying to go up for thing.
So out of the guys that you have right here, Genty, Will Johnson, let's go a little bit
Are you gonna
lower your list. I just want to get a sense of like, you have Shador as a first round. You have him as a first round grade.
Yeah. Late first
Is
round.
he the only guy that you're not confident going there? You got Luther Burden on here.
Oh, I'm confident in Luther. I love Luther.
I'm pretty confident in all these guys. Derek Harmon, I can see him falling out of the first.
I agree with that. Let me go to my
Derek Harmon, Amarian Hampton. There's a world that he can fall out of the first round.
I could see Jahad Campbell falling out if the medicals don't check out.
Jahad Campbell?
Yeah, if the only medicals. Same thing with Will Campbell. If the medicals aren't there, they're gonna fall bad.
Chip Kelly's neighbor said Genty isn't the pick.
Big, yeah, because Chip Kelly's just shooting the breeze with his neighbor.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, make it make sense.
I think out of my first round guys, I can see, of course, Harold Fannon's not going to go in the first. I would say, who else? Benjamin Morrison, Jack Sawyer.
No.
Talik Williams.
No, maybe he could sneak in the back.
Maybe. Yeah.
What if the
it's gonna
Giants?
Be tough.
What if the Giants just like shock us and just don't go Abdul Carter at 3 if he's there? What if they're just like, you know what? We're just gonna trade down. Someone will pay a hefty price. I bet a team would pay a hefty price to jump the Patriots for Abdul Carter.
Yeah. I think they're gonna take a bunch of phone calls, Max. They're gonna,
like I told you in the mock, I'd almost rather be between 10 and 20 than top 5 in this draft.
Yeah. There's a lot of guys.
Because last year the first 3 picks were who? Quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And then the 4th guy arguably got one of the better, like got their run of the pick because they didn't need a quarterback. So it's just like, let's go.
Yeah, teams are going to be salivating at the mouth if Shador or Jackson Dart, some guy goes like super early.
Here's another great one. Jackson Dart's not going to make it past pick number 9. Okay. Right now, we haven't heard that the whole draft.
Right.
Like, come on.
Yeah.
Stop the cap.
Yeah.
Are you going to put it on the TV just so we can see where we're at? Or?
Yeah, that's what I want to do.
If it starts crashing, we're going to shut it off. Yeah. But we should be good. Max fixed it. I wish there was a GM like Nico Harrison in the NFL. What would the equivalent to Nico Harrison be in the NFL when you get back? Just think about it. That'd be like the Bills trading Josh Allen for Aaron Rodgers. No? Who would that be like? Oh, man. So right now, Juan, who's going to fall? Who are you picking to fall? Like not Shador. Like who do we not expect that's going to fall?
Who's going to fall? Luther Burden, Emeka Buka. Like I said, I can see a world that they fall.
Like Mike Green doesn't fall to you. He's getting
I can see
he's
him
getting snatched
as a
up.
faller. Yeah,
I think Jalen Walker could fall, man.
That one's been pretty consistent, honestly. That one's been pretty consistent.
See, like that's the thing that kind of makes me believe he's going so high because we've been hearing that for not like today or 2 days ago for a week straight, like for months. It seems
it's just been getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah.
Chris Bell says, "Where does Genty go?" So look, all the reports, like right now, if you're a betting man, Genty is favored to go to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
I would not bet that. I don't think he'd go there.
You should put a bet down right now because you'll win some money if you're right. But I think ultimately, a team trades up to pick 9, 8 if he falls after the Raiders.
Or the Bills could. I mean, the Bears could jump up. Try to get, like if they're not sure.
Yeah, the Bears. I think someone's gonna want to jump the Bears though. Like once he gets past 6. Teams are gonna be like, all right, we gotta go in front of the Bears.
What if the Giants are just like, let's just go get Ashton Genty? Let's like imagine they're just like, you know what? We didn't learn our lesson with.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen, Max.
Oh, please.
I think Shador has a bigger chance than Genty going there. I kind of hope that they pick Shador just so we can just like go nuts and be like, what the hell's going on right now?
Oh my God, the clock hasn't even started.
It's a show, Max. They don't care. You gotta look at it from an entertaining.
Is that Bart Scott?
Where?
Clay Matthews. Who's that next to Clay Matthews? Oh, it's a Green Bay Pat. That's
on the left,
on the right. Numbnut green suit. Who's that?
Oh, that's James.
Is that James Jones?
James Jones.
That's James Jones.
Yeah. That's Lil Wayne on the right.
No, it's it is Lil Wayne. No. I was looking at the white guy. I'm like, that's not Lil Wayne.
No, that's Mason Crosby, the white guy.
Yeah.
I don't know who's that on the left though. All right, Titans are officially on the clock.
Wow. Yeah.
We'll see what happens. Well, I'm late on the TV, but Max is gonna be getting the picks.
Yeah. As soon as it's
If you guys have the
official.
picks in the comments, we'll take your word for it. But once you go like 0 for 4, you're.
Here's a good one, real quick one. Who do you are we gonna see a trade? You think like with a player? Like maybe
I've heard so many different like.
yeah. There's like Greg
things.
Newsom's on there.
No, but I've heard so many different things as far as like players getting traded, and even to put on this aspect, there's going to be the most trades of all time. They're
tonight
suspecting,
though?
yeah, like there's going to be more movement than ever. But then I hear some reports like, oh, there's not going to be no movement. There's going to be little movement, and I don't know what to believe, honestly. I don't think you're going to see that much movement though. If I had a bet on it, I just like you said, there's so many guys. Where like how many guys did we write like rounds 2 to 3?
A lot.
It's
Even
just too many.
On my big board, you'll see guys that are like say round 4, but it's really like 3 to 4.
We're watching NFL Network. Chris Bell.
Come on. I bet the NBA playoffs are just tanking right now in the ratings.
Who's playing on?
I think
NBA?
the Clippers play tonight. Oh yeah, they do because they play Saturday and they ruined my wife's concert. Haven't heard that a million times. Love you, babe. Happy birthday. As Guppy would say, happy birthday.
JC Latham last year for the Titans. So this pick is probably going to be Cam Ward, most likely. I really just want to see
the Titans have some good players. It's not like they don't have a lot of things. Traylon Burks, what a
that
mess.
was a bust.
Ugh.
Max loved Traylon Burks.
I did love him. Complete bust. I think his longest
Caleb
touchdown.
Farley, that's our boy. That's a big one right there. That's injuries, bro. Absolute injuries.
I wonder if they're gonna do like this Isaiah Wilson. Oh my god. That we didn't like him.
Yeah.
Sorry if I'm being quiet. I'm just refreshing Twitter.
Nah, you're good.
Yeah. It's really cool to see everyone doing nothing right now. Like the ESPN just like, hey, look busy. Look busy. Did you see like that trade today between the Texans and the Browns for like 5th and 7th round picks? And people are like, they're getting ammo. They're gonna make a move.
Who?
The Browns and the Texans.
Oh my god.
They sure like 5th and 7th round picks. And
Cam Ward is confirmed at 1, Joey said.
Let me see if I got anyone. I haven't seen it on Twitter. Yep. Texan, yep. Cam Ward. Big surprise.
Big surprise with Cam Ward.
If I get any picks wrong, Dov Kleiman, you suck. I genuinely don't like you anyway, but
all right. So let's do our annual pick is in thing, and we'll talk about Cam Ward for the sake of the clip on YouTube so we can chop these up. So Max, who did the Titans pick at 1?
Cam Ward. Not the most surprising of picks, I would say, one. But I think it's something we all knew. It's a desperate need. They're getting the best quarterback in this draft, I'd say, by a wide mark. And he might not be the best quarterback prospect in history or even like a blue chip prospect, but you know as well as I do, Juan. You need a quarterback to win in this league. They had a need and they took a need. Yeah. I can't hate the pick. I would give it a B I'd give it a B plus for the rate because we know like they need this, right?
Yeah.
Like we know.
Yeah, I'm gonna say a solid B. It's a tough quarterback class. I would say there's guys that can potentially be Pro Bowlers. I don't see potential like top 3 quarterback of the league guys, but Cam Ward, man, the escapability. I think he has the most elite arm. And you gotta love just the intangibles that he has. Like I seen some clutchness on tape. He didn't win a lot in college, but hey, like the escapability,
Arm talent is
Yeah, it's up there, bro. And for the Titans' sake, that's what they need. Like Will Levis was not the
we
guy.
can't do it anymore.
Yeah, you can't do it with that. Bill Callahan, right?
Brian
Head coach
Callahan, yeah.
Brian Callahan trying to get his guy for quarterback. He was working with a guy in Joe Burrow. So you need some talent there at quarterback. They need to shore up the wide receiver room. They need to get some pieces on defense. This team is in rebuilding mode, bro. And complete honesty, I don't think Cam Ward's going to take this team to the playoffs. I would be shocked. It would be a Jaden Daniels thing where guys just emerge out of nowhere. They just kill the draft and they wind up going on a run. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think a realistic goal for Cam Ward is about, I would say, what, max 6-7 games? I think that would be a complete success.
Absolutely,
in
yeah.
Tennessee.
It's just about the eye test. If he just proves he can be in a league. Again, I don't really see a world where I'm like, damn, Cam Ward's the best quarterback in football, right? And then I don't see a world where I'm like, he's the fourth best. But if he can be somewhere between 7 to 10, you can win a Super Bowl with 7 to 10. The Eagles just did.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you say?
With a 7 to 10 quarterback with the Eagles?
Yeah, I'm saying Jalen Hurts isn't the best quarterback in the league. He's maybe not a top 5, but he's somewhere between 6 and 10. And you can win with that. You can win with the 6 to 10 quarterback if you have all the other stuff around him.
Sorry, Max. I'm just trying to fix our
You're good. You're good.
TikTok.
I hope people aren't like, you guys are so unexcited. It's just we've known this is coming.
Yeah.
Like, come on. We all knew this was happening.
Have you been seeing all the Gruden stuff, man?
Ian Rappaport won. The Browns and Jaguars have agreed to a blockbuster trade to give the Jacksonville Jaguars a number 2 pick.
Oh, wait, say that again?
Ian Rappaport just reported the Browns and Jaguars have agreed to a huge trade to give Jacksonville the number 2 overall pick, while the Cleveland Browns get the number 5 in a massive haul for the future. This is exactly why, if this is true, and this is Ian Rappaport, so I am going to trust it. Yeah, Adam Scheffler just tweeted it out too. Okay.
Oh, my God. So the Jags are moving up.
Yep. So the Jaguars are trading the 5th pick. So basically the Browns are going to receive the 5th pick, a 2nd round pick, a 4th round pick, and next year's first for this pick. This is ridiculous.
Wow.
Who's it? Is this for Travis Hunter? I mean, I don't think they're going to go Abdul Carter right here. Is this for Shador?
It's Travis. It's Travis. It's Travis Hunter.
Gotta be.
Yeah.
Wow, this is that shocking trade. I'm shocked. But this is what I'm talking about, though. Like, we knew they weren't gonna go Ashton Genty. Like, I knew it. It's just stupid that like people. Wow, unbelievable trade.
All right,
unbelievable trade.
I'm gonna go off JPA football because I just seen it right now. It's confirmed. So the Max, go ahead and make sure to confirm that price for the first.
Yeah, no,
pick.
it's everyone's tweeting it. Like Adam Scheffler tweeted it. I'll read it again just in case anyone missed it. The Browns are trading the number 2 pick and a 4th and a 6th. So they're going to get number 5 this year, the 36th pick in the draft this year, the number 126th pick this year, and then next year's first to the Browns. So the Jags don't have a first round pick next year. Man, and what if the Jags?
I mean, look,
it's risky.
Look, I love Travis Hunter, man. I think it's warranted. I have him as a blue chip guy.
I don't know if it's confirmed Travis Hunter. I haven't seen that yet.
I've seen that.
You have?
Yeah, I got it right here. It says the Jaguars traded up to the number 2 overall pick, and they picked Travis Hunter.
I'm still waiting to confirm, but yeah, I would think that's who it's for. There's nobody else who it's for, and wow.
And if it is Travis Hunter, man, he's the blue chip guy. And honestly, I love this spot more for him than Cleveland. I'm kind of because he goes to Liam Cohen. He goes to a place where they're gonna use him on offense. They're gonna develop him as a receiver. And I'm already thinking, Max, that he's going to be playing in the slot a ton. And I think of a guy like Chris Godwin. He's going to be playing the Chris Godwin role on offense.
Absolutely.
So
yeah.
I'm already loving the pick. I'm already seeing it.
Brian Thomas is their alpha.
Yeah.
And now Travis Hunter gets to play beta to him. That's gonna be a great job.
Yeah. So Travis Hunter to the Jacksonville Jaguars in a shocking trade.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Yeah, like Max was saying, the Browns receive the 5th overall pick, the 36th overall pick, the 126th overall pick in the 4th round, and they also receive a 2025 first round pick next year. And the Jags in return get the 2nd overall pick this year, 104 this year, and the 200th pick this year. And that's a 6th round
And their
pick.
GM James Gladstone, he's 34 years old. This is a hell of a thing to do for your first time.
That's wild, bro.
And the Browns have a lot of ammo.
Yeah.
The Browns have 33 and 36. They could easily trade up to 32 if they wanted a guy like Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah. And to me, this reigns Trevor Lawrence too, man. This is a make it or break it year for Trevor Lawrence. He's got paid a lot of money. There's a possibility that after this year, maybe they can get out of that contract a little bit more. They'll still have to owe a lot of dead money, but at least it goes down. This is make it or break it for T-Law, man. There's really no excuses. You get a guy in Liam Cohen, an offensive guy. They're making moves, trying to improve the roster and getting a blue chip guy in the draft from our standards. This is Trevor Lawrence's time. They have some tackles. I think their offense has really no excuse anymore. Like, they have enough.
And what do you think of the Browns side of things?
On the Brown side of things,
I think
I love it.
Yeah, I think they're a year away. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think this is.
Like I said in the beginning of the show, I didn't really like Travis Hunter going to the Browns because I don't think the impact was going to be there. Because they still need a lot of stuff. Like Max said, they need a quarterback, number one. And I think Abdul Carter is going to be a much more effective player.
So
regardless.
Abdul Carter's going to the Giants? Is that pretty much like, hey, you're done, Kayvon Thibodeau?
Yeah, it sucks that he's not going to
Yeah.
go to Travis Hunter's not going to go to the Giants, but
What if the Giants just want to trade out now?
I would love for the Giants to trade out. I think that's the move here. I think they're getting a bunch of phone calls right now for Abdul Carter.
What if the Jets were like, yo, we could use a pass rusher? Jermaine Johnson's, Achilles popped.
Yeah.
Will McDonald's good, but we're still not sold.
Yeah.
What if the the Jets could trade with New England? I don't know if they'll trade with New England. I wonder what this is going to do to Mason Graham. This is where we had Mason Graham going to Jacksonville.
Yeah.
I wouldn't rule out Cleveland for him. The Raiders are still there. I'm curious to see. I'm very curious to see.
Yeah. We'll see what happens right now. So the Giants are officially on the clock. We'll see what they do. What a shakeup, man. What a surprise. Travis Hunter going to the Jacksonville Jaguars with the Jaguars trading up all the way from 5 to 2.
And again, this is just another reason why you can't really trust the insiders. And again, it's not trying to crap on them. They have good information, but at the end of the day, there was not an itch of a report of this. They said they were taking calls at 2 and stuff like that, but nobody was like, Jacksonville's looking to be aggressive. Nobody said
no
that.
one was saying that Jacksonville's infatuated with Travis Hunter.
Yeah,
because obviously they are. They gave up a lot. That's a lot, man. For a first round pick next year,
They moved 3 spots and they had to give up a first.
yeah, that's a lot, man.
They only moved up 3 spots.
Yeah.
They gave up a first and the 36th pick in this draft.
I'm giving Cleveland a grade of an A. I love the move because
I love Cleveland move too, and honestly, Jacksonville, I'd give a B. That's a lot to give up,
yeah.
but I don't hate it.
Yeah, I don't hate it because of the player you're doing it for.
Yeah,
we both think that
special player.
Travis Hunter is special. We both think he's a blue chip player. We both think he's a generational guy.
Special player.
Yeah. And the Jaguars have Tyson Campbell, so it's not like they're gonna have to be eager to put him at corner.
Hey, Travis, you got to go lock up the best receiver
Right.
or else.
Right. Yeah.
Wow.
They got Tyson Campbell there, so maybe you can dabble him in cornerback still, but he doesn't have to be the number one guy.
Honestly, he doesn't have to be the number one guy on either side. He doesn't have to be the number one receiver, right? That pressure's off. Brian Thomas doesn't have to be the number one cornerback.
They're loaded, dude. I feel like they're loaded on offense.
Yeah, Trevor Lawrence got no.
We both think that Travis Etienne is solid.
Exactly. That's why I didn't buy the Ashton Genty stuff.
Yeah. This is
And
this
and
is
Tank
T Law.
Bigsby's and Tank Bigsby solid.
This is Trevor Lawrence written all over it, man. I'm telling you. They're trying to see what they have in Trevor Lawrence. They're going to go all in. They already went all in with the contract, but it's like, this is it. This is it right here. If we don't see anything this year from Trevor Lawrence, it's a wrap.
Pete Carroll just keeps tweeting out. Is this really Pete Carroll? He's just tweeting out like so fresh, so clean lyrics for their draft clue.
Shout out to
Going
Pete.
on?
All right, so let's go over some comments.
Wow.
Shout out to Dak. Dak's in the stream. Let me know, Dak, if you want to join in. I got an extra spot right here. I can join you in on the stream. Just let me know. Message me through phone or
but we don't
message Max.
want you irrational. We want you that crazy Cowboy fan that just believes they're gonna win the Super Bowl. I know that's gonna be tough for you because you're not like that.
Yeah,
but that's what I want.
Yeah,
I want you, whoever they pick, to hate.
But shout out to Dak. He's in here. Shout out to Dion. Do you know anyone?
That's Playa.
That's Playa. Shout out to Playa.
So Travis Hunter is officially the highest cornerback ever taken in the draft, and the highest receiver since Calvin.
Well, that's one pick, right? Because Jeff Okudah went 3. I think that's probably
one pick though. He's the high. I mean,
but he's a
special
receiver.
talent. He's a special talent. He's a special talent.
I love it. I love Travis Hunter, man. And with him going to Jacksonville, there's they're gonna be exciting to watch. And I feel like I'm thinking this from a fantasy aspect right now. I want Travis Hunter. I think he's gonna put up Chris Godwin numbers. He's gonna play the Chris Godwin role. They have Brian Thomas. Brian Thomas is a stud, bro. He's gonna play on the outside, and Travis Hunter's gonna play slot, and he's gonna get a lot of catches. Can't wait.
They're gonna let him do a lot of like the quick screens and little stuff like that.
Yep.
How you feel about his fit? Do you like the fit?
I've never seen that before.
The pink. I mean, the pink's the. I mean, I don't get that little like cross body thing, but it's cool.
Yeah. He's hyped though, man.
Yeah,
Shout
he's
out
a good
to Travis.
kid. He's a baller too. Like I really like Travis Hunter, man. He don't like. He said he's a football player. He don't go out. He don't want to party. And you know that's important when it comes to investing a pick in somebody who is gonna just cares about football.
Yeah. Shout out to Travis, man.
So
Travis.
the Giants can really swing this draft.
Yeah. So Giants are on the clock. Who do you think it is, Max? I think they should trade first and foremost.
I would agree with that. I mean, I could see a world where it's Abdul Carter. I could see a world where it's Abdul Carter or trade. I don't really see anyone else. I don't think they need Mason Graham. They don't really need Abdul Carter, right?
Yeah, but I'm gonna say this:
is there somebody on offense who's a difference maker? Like it better not be Will Campbell. I'll lose my mind because it's just too early. Like he's a fine player.
I tell you one thing: New England is licking their chops because they're like, hey, if Abdul Carter can just somehow fall, they're picking Abdul Carter.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe. I mean, I think the Jets could come up. The Jets could be trying to call in for this pick. The Raiders could be calling in for this pick. I mean, everyone would really be like, hey, if the Giants aren't like, we don't really need Abdul Carter, who wouldn't be calling in? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, maybe the Eagles are calling him from 32.
Right.
What would it take right now for the Eagles to get to 3?
You want to update our big board, Max?
Yeah. Got you. What do you want me to do?
Just cross them out.
Got you.
And then put the red line in. The strikeout in red.
How do you do the strike?
So right here, you see on my screen.
Yeah.
So strike through, and then you can make the text red, like that.
Like that.
What if the Giants?
How do you do the color?
Right their wrongs with Saquon and draft Jensen?
Oh, please. How do you do the?
So you go right here.
Yeah.
The little strike throughs right there. Strike through.
What's the color?
And then the colors. The text color.
Oh, got you.
Yeah. Let me unstrike that. Tyler Warren did not get drafted yet. And then I got the little team slot on both of ours. You can just put the
I'm just gonna update yours.
Okay.
Oh, I love that. You stupid.
Shout out to TikTok, man. We're live on TikTok as well. If you guys are in here at TikTok, go ahead and check out our YouTube, man. Our YouTube is MJC Sports. We're live on there. Got a little bit more graphics for you guys over there. Shout out to everyone in the stream. Bricks are us.
Where do
Shout
you?
out Yara.
Oh, it's got to be Derek Battle.
Yeah, if you guys are in the chat, man, go ahead and hit that like button, bro.
The Giants have. I have the pick. I have the pick. If you want to do your little thing.
Yeah, I got you. All right, pick is in for the Giants.
The New York Football Giants select edge out of Penn State, Abdul Carter.
Yeah.
Wow.
Not that shocked at all. Look,
Hey, we're right with the mock. Just don't have the right team.
Yeah, we're right with the mock so far. But Abdul Carter going to the Giants. I come from this philosophy, man. People are gonna say Kayvon Thibodeau, they don't need him. You never let a guy like Kayvon Thibodeau shrew you from picking a guy like Abdul Carter. You pick the best available player. I don't care if you already have that position locked up. You make it better. You worry about that problem later. Like Kayvon Thibodeau, don't care. We'll trade him. We'll find something to do with Kayvon.
Yeah, but I don't think Kayvon Thibodeau's not the caliber of player where you're like, oh, we don't need to take 2. We don't need 3.
Yeah.
Because he's not a superstar. He's not. Would you really want to pay him a second contract?
No, exactly. Yeah, it's kind of, teeter-tottering right now.
Yeah, it's hit or miss.
But Abdul Carter, 6'3", 250 pounds. He's a dog, bro. I don't have him as a blue chip guy, but he's my number 3. Yeah, he's my number 3 prospect on the board. So it's lined up where I think he is. And I love the pick. I'm gonna give it an A-.
I'd give it an A.
Yeah.
He's a home run. He's the best edge in this draft. That he's here at 3 and not taken with Cleveland.
That line's going to be absolutely insane. It's going to be Abdul Carter. It's going to be
Brian Burns, Dexter Lawrence.
Yeah, they got some dogs, bro.
And to be honest, Kayvon Thibodeau could be moved for some trade capital, and you could use that to maybe take your quarterback if you're not happy with Russell Wilson or Jameis Winston.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? This gives you more flexibility.
Yeah. And look, as far as the Giants go on offense, I know people are going to say, we still don't have a quarterback. We still have issues. Look, I think this draft is very deep when it comes to the 2 and 3 rounds. Even scratch that. The 2 to about 5, you can get some really good players in that aspect because there's a bunch of receivers. I think there's some solid tight ends. There's solid linemen. Like, they're going to be able to improve their offense still in this draft. It's not
absolutely
over yet.
Is that Abdul Carter? Ooh, looking swaggy. Like that black shirt. That's nice. Put a jacket on, I mean, a little cleaner, but hell yeah, it's a great play. He's a good guy, man. I'm kind of mad at this pick because we got to deal with him now. He's a hell of a player. Apparently, the Browns are fielding team trades for number 5 too. Wow,
not shocked,
dude. They could just build it right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's going to be another rough year in Cleveland, guys. Just so you know.
Says Trey Lance over Shador Dion or Playa.
Stop
saying that. Joey says, I hope he wears Lawrence Taylor's number.
I doubt. He looks so awful in 56.
Who wears 11? Is it Jalen Hyatt? Is he 11 on the?
No, he's 13.
Oh, he's 13. I don't think anyone's 11 on the Giants.
Let me check. Oh, I'm sure we can get it for him.
Yeah. Yeah, Dak said he hates seeing that.
Yeah. Who does Brian what number does Brian Burns wear?
Brian Burns is 1, I believe.
No, it's Deontay Banks. No, they don't have an 11. They're good.
They don't have an 11?
No. Brian Burns, I thought, what the hell is? Oh, he wears 0. Yeah, it wears 0.
Oh, 0.
Yeah.
It's a hard ass number.
Yeah. This is, dude, I'm gonna be so interested to see if it's Will Campbell. I'm so interested to see if it's gonna be Will Campbell.
So the Patriots are on the clock right now. Let's see where they go.
Damn, hell, dude, you got to be a dog to wear 11 at Penn State.
Yeah. I
got the pick. Wow.
What's the pick?
You want to do it?
Yeah.
Let me know when. The New England Patriots select Will Campbell at pick number 4 in the NFL draft. Wow.
Here we go. All right. Will Campbell going to 4 to the New England Patriots out of LSU. Max, what do you think of the pick?
I don't love it. He's a good player. he's a guard. If you want to play a guy at left tackle who's had the tape he did, it scares me, to be honest with you. He's a good player, like I said. He's got plenty of good qualities, but those qualities don't really show up at tackle. Short arms, it's a problem. And there's just games where he's just getting his butt whooped by guys who are in the NFL, and people will say, "Oh, it's Jared Verse. He's rookie of the year." Hey, dude, what team really doesn't have a good edge rusher? It's Nick Bosa, Son Reddick, Jermaine Johnson, just like Micah Parsons won, and he's going to be dealing with the Bills, who have Greg Rousseau, who's a good edge rusher. They have the Jets, who are just loaded at the position. Will McDonald, Jermaine. It's just, to me, it's just too early for a guy who, if you're going to play him at guard, he's never played guard in his life. And at tackle, there's too many questions for me to like him. He's a good player, and he could definitely prove me wrong, but I'm just not in love. I'd give this pick a D. Because he's not a horrible player. It's just way too early for Will Campbell.
Man. I think D is pushing it. I'm gonna give it a C. Okay. I'm gonna give it a C plus C. Look, I don't want to sound like I hate Will Campbell. I really don't. Okay. I know we have a lot of, opinions on Will Campbell and they sound negative, but to me, it just comes down to the value. Okay. I don't think you should pick a guy with Will Campbell, a guy that's has question marks at playing tackle. Now, obviously, the Patriots love this guy. Okay.
Yeah, the reports were true.
Reports were true.
Absolutely.
They love this guy. And part of it is the character. He's a dog. Okay. He has a dog mentality. He even the way he talks about his arm length, he's like, yeah, all of a sudden it matters. And that's the mentality you gotta have. Because on tape, what I seen and what Max seen, the arm length looks to be an issue. The speed rushes get to him.
He oversets.
And the anchor is just not all that powerful. Now, does that mean that he can't prove us wrong? No. There's been multiple tackles in the league that have short arms. Joe Thomas, you got Christian Darrisaw, got Joe Staley. The list goes on and on. But I'm just going to tell you what I seen on film, it scares me. And it scares me to the point where I want to move him to guard. And I don't think the ceiling is all that high for him. I don't think he's going to be some all-pro Hall of Fame left tackle because I think he's going to have some limitations. Now, if he winds up being Joe Staley, Joe Thomas, kudos.
We'll eat crow.
Bro. We'll eat crow. But as far as right now, I'm going to grade it a C just because I do love the prospect. I do. It's just the value for me. And I can't argue that I would take another tackle at this spot because it's a need for them. So I get it. Okay. I'm not going to bash him. I'm not going to give it an F. I'm just going to give it a C. All right. Will Campbell, we'll see how you do, bro. But that's how I feel about it.
It's too early. Too early for a guy who's a question mark at tackle.
Yeah.
In my mind, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know we hate him just because of those words, but it is what it is.
You said Brick RS. Is that Sean Gurley?
No, I think that's Derek Battle.
So yeah, Derek said Will Campbell might not even be the best offensive lineman in this draft.
Agreed. I would make that case, to be honest.
Shout out to Chris, man. Welcome to the stream. He said we ready for that Raiders pick. # Raider Nation. He's not a Raider fan. He's just trolling.
How do you know?
He's my coworker.
How do you know? Maybe
he's a casual, Max.
Damn, shots.
He was a casual. Dak, we're protecting Joey's mom now, Juan. I don't know what that means. Oh my goodness. I hope he wears mom's number.
I cannot believe they took Will Campbell. I swore it was a.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to already start the stuff in our comment section of that video. I was hoping that they didn't take Will Campbell, but they love him. They love Will Campbell.
Hey,
man.
If that's your guy and you love him, go for it. There's no point in taking someone you don't believe in. I will say that.
Could have waited and gotten a better offensive lineman cheaper.
So right now the Browns are on the clock.
Looking to trade.
So we think.
Yeah, so we think.
There's no one.
So if Cleveland stays here, what's the pick?
Could be
Mason Graham?
Mason Graham. Could be Mike Green. Could be a lot of things.
I think it should be Mason Graham. I'm hoping that Mason Graham falls right now. I hope it's not. because I want the Raiders to pick Mason Graham.
Could be a tackle.
Could be a tackle. Could
Could
be
be
Kelvin
Membu.
Banks. Could be Membu. Could be.
I got the pick.
Pick is in, guys.
The Cleveland Browns with the 5th pick in the NFL draft select defensive lineman Mason Graham.
Ah, damn it.
That's a good pick. I like it. I would never have thought Cleveland was going to make it out of this draft with.
Love the pick, man.
It's a really good pick.
Look, you trade down.
You get a lot.
You get a lot for your pick. You wind up getting a very good player at the spot that you wind up getting. Mason Graham out of Michigan, 6'3", 296 pounds. Everyone's going to talk about his arm length, his small frame. I don't give a damn. This guy's an ass whooper. He's going to whoop ass on the field. I think he's going to eat with a guy like Myles Garrett. They're building that defensive line. I'm giving this an A. I love this pick to death, bro. And he goes to a place in Cleveland where it's not all flashy. It's not going to be a crazy media circuit. He's going to go there and he's going to fit right in. He's a guy that loves football. And there's nothing to do in Cleveland but play football. So I think I love the fit. I love the player. Solid pick, bro. Gotta love the pick.
I love this pick too. I'm going to give it an A right off the bat. Look, they move down. They get a complete haul. First round pick next year. The 36th pick in this draft. And they pick the best interior D lineman by far, to be honest. A class of his own, like I said in my video of our breakdown. Desperately needed. I don't think they've ever had anyone I would write home about on the inside to pair with the Myles Garrett. Yeah. They've had guys who were fun like Dalvin Tomlinson, Larry Ogunjobi. This guy could be an all-pro. And if I'm betting, I say he'll make an all-pro team at some point in his career. Hell of a player, disruptive as hell. Jim Schwartz knows how to mold these guys into be just forces of havoc.
Yeah.
And if they can get another little edge rusher or somebody later in the draft to pair up and just build on that, I really like it. Really like it. I'm shocked.
Yeah. And look, they play in the division.
They screwed the Raiders.
Yeah. They play in the division of the AFC North. It's tough nose football. You got to have the mentality of a Mason Graham. And Mason Graham, my player comp for him, Cam Hayward. And they've got a good glance at Cam Hayward over the years, playing the Steelers twice a year. So if he can beat Cam Hayward, man, that's going to be golden for the Cleveland Browns, man. I'm excited for that pick. I'm pissed off that the Raiders got jumped right by Cleveland and they got the best player on the board. And right now it's looking for the Raiders, Max. Ashton Genty. Everything's been pointing there.
Correct.
Right. I don't think they'll pick Will Johnson. I hope I will be excited if it's Will Johnson. I'm going to be so hyped if it's him. I doubt it is. That's who I want for the Raiders. But
I wouldn't be mad if they traded down right here, to be honest. I would. Yeah.
But if I had to hit the pick right now, I'm going to go Membu or Genty. It's going to be one of those.
I would take Membu over Genty in this spot if it's me, to be honest.
But Ashton Genty, I don't have him as a blue chip guy, but he's my best player in this prospect when you're not taking position into value. You know, just top 100 players, he's number one. I think he's the best player in this draft, right over Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter obviously brings a little bit more value because he plays two positions. He's pretty special. But Ashton Genty he's as advertised, dude. Like, he's a dog, bro. So we'll see what the Raiders do.
If I'm the Raiders, I would take a call from the Browns and be like, you want Ashton Genty? I'm sorry, the Bears, and say, you want Ashton Genty?
Yeah.
Give us some second round pick.
We'll love a trade down. So shocker pick here, Max. I'm just gonna give a couple out.
To Mike, what's his name?
The Raiders are the Raiders.
Jalen Walker would be insane.
Jalen Walker is one. Tet McMillan would be a shocker. And I think Shador Sanders. I think those are the three.
I'm going to go with it's definitely not Shador.
Shador is on the lower one. That's why I said him last.
What if they took a kicker? Al Davis days.
That would be crazy.
I mean, Mike Vrabel, I'm just going back to the Patriots pick. You know, we saw Peter Skoronski, and he's like, hey, you know, we already got one of these guys. And Skoronski's been good in the NFL.
Chad is saying that it's Genty. Raiders going with Genty.
I have not seen confirmation. Let's see. I am waiting. Wow. If it's Genty, I mean, Pete Carroll loves to run that ball. Did he pick Kenny Walker in the first round? Did he? Or was that second round?
Man, we missed the order by 1 pick, but we got the positions right.
We did. We did. Yeah, we're 5 for 5.
Yeah.
We're 5 for 5. Like not sorry, 4 for 5. We got Mambu.
Yeah.
I love when people tweet out this guy unfollowed the team, and then that guy like never leaves. Wow.
Did you get the pick?
Not yet. I haven't seen anyone. Not that I don't trust who's it coming from, but I just want to make sure I got it.
You got it?
Yeah.
All right. Pick is in.
The Las Vegas Raiders with the 6th overall pick take Boise State running back Ashton Genty.
It is.
Wow.
It is Ashton Genty. Wow. Okay.
Wow.
All right. Ashton Genty out of Boise State, 5'9", 218 pounds. The Heisman Trophy runner-up. Max, how do you feel about this pick?
He's my number one second player on my board. He's a stud. He's a blue chipper. It's not the player. It's just the position and the team. I would say this about the Raiders. They're not bad off like the Giants. Their O-line is capable enough, I think, to open up run lanes for him. To me, it's just a little early, man. It's the 6th pick in the draft. He's a running back. And I think it takes kind of a special offensive line to maximize running backs in today's NFL. Saquon Barkley was as can't miss as any running back we've ever seen. And he was on the Giants. That he was not that great because of why? Just the O-line, the offense wasn't there. Now, the Raiders have made moves in the right direction. They got Geno Smith. They have Jacoby Myers. They have Brock Bowers, who's special. This could take their offense to a new level. Pete Carroll loves to run the ball. It's a good pick. I'm gonna give it a B+. You know, it would be an A. It's just you could have maybe waited a couple more picks, but you're splitting hairs. So I like the pick. It's just a little scary because it's a running back one, and
it's just a money thing. It's a money thing and it's a value thing. Okay, you're gonna be paying a running back some pretty good money right here. Okay,
and then it also comes down to what do we do in 3 years? Do we give him more money?
Yeah. Look, the player, not a question here. There's no question that the player is elite. Okay.
Yeah, he's the number one player on your board.
He's my number one player on the board.
And you got him.
And we possibly got the best player in the draft. Okay. And that's just a fact. And for me, I'm going to grade it a B. Just a solid B because the Raiders are the Raiders. And I don't think we're running. We're not a running
position that scares you, bro.
And it's the Raiders are some ways from getting there. But look, let's just play devil's advocate here as far as what they're thinking. Okay, they're in the building every day, so they see what they got. Pete Carroll obviously loves Geno Smith. You have a quarterback that's capable of getting you to the playoffs, so that's number one. The offensive line. Jackson Powers-Johnson, he is solid as they come. He had a great rookie year. DJ Glaze, a solid right tackle. You have a Pro Bowl elite type tackle on the other side, and Colton Miller.
Who was banged up last year. I will give him that. He was banged up all of last year.
Dylan Parham, he's really good. The defense has Max Crosby, of course, and I feel like all throughout this draft, the Raiders need to go defense, the majority. Of course, get a receiver in there because they only have Jacoby Myers, but you have to go defense. You got the offense already identity. The Raiders' identity is going to be running the football. Pete Carroll wants to be the Seattle Seahawks back in 2015 around Marshawn Lynch. And who is comp to Ashton Genty's comp? Marshawn Lynch. So they want to run the football. They want to make the life easier for Geno Smith. Let's build up that defense. Let's make it even more easier. But the Raiders with Ashton Genty, it's just a money thing. It's a value thing. Love the player to death, bro. And I think he's going to score a lot of touchdowns. He's probably going to put up a lot of yards. So fantasy-wise, I love it. But as far as winning football games, Max, because at the end of the day, that's what matters. I don't know how much he's going to contribute to that as far as a difference maker. You get what I'm saying?
I do. I'm just thinking about if Mason Graham was here and Ashton Genty was there, do you run up the card for Mason Graham? if it's you.
Yes, I think so. I think they would love Mason
I
Graham.
mean, it is, and anyone, just to play a little bit more devil's advocate here, it's, anyone, people are going to say this is such a deep running back class, and we know running backs kind of, their value can be minimized by the things around them.
Yeah.
So that's what's scary about this pick. And like I said, he's a number 2 player on my board. He's the number 1 player on your board, and we probably both seem a little pessimistic. But the nature of running backs taken high is just not something you really. We know what they are. There's for every Saquon Barkley, there's like 2 Todd Gurleys,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And it's kind of a question mark of, it's not just about, oh yeah, we have this great player. Is he going to be a great player in 4 years? Is he going to be able to get that second contract? And is he going to be able to be sustained?
Yeah.
Because right now, bro, I'm going to bet Ashton Jennings going to be on the field for 85% of the carries. Who else is going to take the carries away? You guys don't have a good second running back. So interesting.
Yeah, look, he's a bell cow though. I'm not worried about that. He's going to be
No, what I'm saying is you got to start worrying about it when it comes to, we're going to give this dude a second contract.
Yeah.
And that's what you got to do.
Look, I would say this too. I feel like if Genty winds up working out and he's elite,
I think
and the Raiders, but the Raiders wind up he winds up being a difference maker as far as hey, the Raiders are a playoff team now, and the Raiders make the playoffs, and he's a big reason why. No one's gonna remember that they picked them at 6. No one's gonna care. We criticized the Jahmyr Gibbs pick. We actually criticized the Bijan Robinson pick after a year. But at the end of the day, those guys have proven that once you wind up building around them and you get something around them, they're worth it.
The only thing that's going to make this bad is if the Raiders do some Raiders stuff and the O-line just implodes, and then, he has no running lanes, and it's kind of like Saquon Barkley and towards the end in the Giants. And I got the pick for the next guy. I got the Jets pick.
All right, pick is in for the Jets.
They have selected tackle out of Missouri, Armand Mambu.
All right, so they don't go Tyler Warren. They go offensive line.
Wow.
Offensive line 2 years in a row.
This move kind of makes sense if you would think Aaron Rodgers would be there, right? They're like, oh, we got to get another tackle. But Tyron Smith retired. Olo Fashanu was, I would say, okay. I wouldn't say, the arrow's not pointing to this guy's going to be a star and he's not going to be a bust. We need to see more. But Armand Mambu, he was my number 3 guy on the board. He's a left tackle / right tackle. He's built like it. He's got decent length. He has flashes of dominance, and there's also flashes of, damn, he's kind of raw. And to me, it's a little early, but I understand the position requires you to come up early and take these guys. He's a good player. I'd give this pick a B based on they definitely have a need. One, they have a huge need at tackle. Last year, how bad was their O-line? It was bad for a big part of the year.
Yeah.
And especially with Aaron Rodgers when the quarterback is sitting duck. Now you have Justin Fields, who kind of gives that O-line some breathing room because of his capability. I like the pick. I don't love it. I like it. I think it might be a little early, but as you know, this might start the run on tackles.
Yeah, they went with need. I would have loved Tyler Warren here for them.
That would be a lot funner.
Yeah, I would like Tyler Warren. I'm high on Tyler Warren. That's part of it. I have him as the number 5 guy in this draft. I don't have a lot of the tackles high in this draft. They're solid. A lot of them are solid. But each and every one of these tackles have something negative about them that stops me from picking them in the top 10. Like, for instance, Mambu, he's the best pass blocker in this draft by far. But what his problem is, the run game and aggressiveness. He doesn't kill anyone. He doesn't destroy anyone in the run game. He's kind of timid, and that's what bothers me about him. And he has the same issue as far as maybe we should play this guy at guard, But they obviously love him, and you got to think about Aaron Glenn. Aaron Glenn coming from Detroit. Detroit had an offensive line. Detroit's mentality was to run the football. And you look at Breece Hall and you look at their identity on offense, it has to be running the football. I would get so frustrated with the Jets last year that the fact that they have 2 great running backs now, the kid out of Braylon Allen out of Wisconsin, and they got Breece Hall, you need to be able to run the football. And that starts with Mambu, okay? And Mambu needs to develop as a run blocker, and I'm confident that he will. But
does Fashanu play right tackle in college too?
I
Do
think
they
he
have
played a
two?
little bit of both.
Yeah, but basically they have
Last
two.
last
They have
year,
two right tackles.
right?
It'll be interesting to see which one they move to left tackle.
Yeah,
But it's hard to hate a pick like this. And again, like I said, it's early for me, just based off of my big board. He was my 23rd player, but he's a tackle, right? One like you expect the tackle to usually go before linebackers or even receivers for the most part because it's hard to get these guys. These guys don't grow on trees like receivers and running backs.
yeah.
So I can't hate on it. It's a little early. What'd you give it? I give it a B. What'd you give it?
I'm gonna give it a B. You know, he's super low on my board, but it's tackle. Tackle's so valuable. You know?
Correct. The positional value just supersedes pretty much everything else.
Yeah, but
Wow.
you know what?
Do we have no? Who do we have the Jets? Oh, Tyler
Tyler
Warren.
Warren. So we're right on the Genty pick. At least we got that one right in our mock.
Yeah.
So we're what
Panthers right now.
6 for 7
6%
or 6
7. No, 5 for 7.
5 for 7.
We got Ward. Did we mock Carter to the Browns?
No.
You sure?
Oh no, we did, but at 2. We did, but at 2. The trade messed it up. We had Abdul Carter going to 2. with the
Oh,
Browns.
okay. Well, who cares? We were bound to be wrong a little bit.
But
So far, Travis Hunter has stolen it because I can't believe the Jags got that aggressive.
yeah, everything has been pretty chalk up to this point. Honestly.
Carolina's got a chance to go really off the wall.
Yeah,
I,
so
I definitely think they're going defense. I don't think they're going Tet. You know what? Your boy Omario might be going to 10 if we had a lot of talks about. I think Genty will be there at 10, but maybe the Bears are like in prime position. Hey, let's just trade down.
yeah.
Let's trade down. We'll get a running back. We could like if they trade with Atlanta, they're gonna get a running back.
Right.
So I'm looking for the next pick.
No, you're good. Yeah, I think the pick can be Tet or Jalen.
The Browns
Walker.
are picking up Kayvon Thibodeau's fifth. Sorry, the Giants are picking up Kayvon Thibodeau's 5th-year option.
It's so weird.
That is a little surprising.
It's the timing. The
They
timing
just
of that
said it.
is weird.
It's a little strange. I'd reckon to go out and say.
Yeah. So right now the Cardinals are on the clock. They got a guy in Bryce Young that massively improved. So
Towards the end of the year,
towards the end of the year, but
I don't think they don't need to get Bryce Young more. They need to help their defense.
yeah,
Their defense was such an atrocious unit last year. A lot of it was injuries.
yeah. We'll see what happens. Derek is saying Raiders should go Matthew Golden in the second.
If
he's
he's
Matthew Golden's gonna fall.
could be
Don't tell Ahmad that.
Will Johnson just hanging out.
I don't. Yeah, Will Johnson's probably gonna fall, man. Because if you look at it right here, I don't think the Panthers are gonna pick him.
No, they just gave a ton of money to JC. I mean, they could use a second corner.
Who's he can go to San Francisco. Will Johnson. Dallas can pick him. We have him mocked to Miami. But Tyler Warren's still on the clock. Maybe Carolina has Jatavion Sanders. They got a couple
They just
developed guys.
Yeah, they just took Jadavion Sanders.
Yeah, last year.
I mean, they could take Tyler Warren. It's like you said, it's not like you got to be scared of Jatavion Sanders to not take him.
Yeah. I think Tyler Warren's an impact player. I love Tyler Warren in this draft.
The Colts right now must be happy that the Jets, that just kind of opened up their window for tight ends.
Yeah. And the tackle run, little mini tackle run going here. Membu, Will Campbell.
Yeah, let's see if it continues with the Panthers, it's going to get real hairy.
Yeah.
I guess the 49er fans are sad. No Membu.
Yeah.
Come on, where's the pick? Come on, somebody. Tweet it out. Come on, Elon. Wow. Panthers are sure taking their time. There was a lot of talks Carolina would love to move down, but I don't who are you coming up for right here? There's nobody like off the board that you're like, wow, we need to trade up. Trade up. Maybe Chicago could be a Warren location.
Chicago, yeah. Chicago can also go Loveland. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
Loveland's the first tight end off the board.
Could be. You never know.
What does that say? Athleticism score, Membu 94. That's another guy that I feel like it's going to be a first rounder.
I got the pick. Wow.
All right, pick is in, guys.
Here we go.
Yep.
The Carolina Panthers are selecting wide receiver out of Arizona,
Tet.
McMillan. Wow.
All right.
Incredible pick.
So they loved him. They love Tet McMillan. 6'4", 219 pounds. A lot of stuff about this guy. There's a lot of different opinions, okay? A lot of people say that he's not a great route runner. He's Drake London 2.0. As far as it's all jump balls with him. Like I love the player, man. He's basically my number one receiver in this class if you don't want to count Travis Hunter, because he's a two-way player. But Tet, I give this pick an A. I do. I love it. I think you're getting a impactful player because Xavier Leggett is not a number one. He's just not. I love the kid. He's a solid wide receiver number 2. And now you get the alpha for Bryce Young. Everything's about Bryce Young. You need to make that pick work. And Bryce Young was improving last year. They have a decent running back in Chuba Hubbard. The offensive line is decent. Do you got to build up that D line? Yes. Could they have went another route here? They would have loved to go Mason Graham, but he wasn't there. You got to go Tet McMillan. So I like the pick. I love him because he's my number one receiver, basically. I'm going to give it a good grade. Max, what about you? How are you feeling about it?
I get the pick. I don't necessarily agree with it. I think we've invested too much capital into the offense. I think the defense is in a dire circumstance, really, where you need to infuse some talent. Now, I understand if you don't love guys like Jalen Walker, Michael. I mean, you still got a bunch of good edges off the board. You have James Pierce, you have Nick Gordon, you have Shamar Stewart, if that's your cup of tea. I like the pick. I think it's a little bit early in my mind for Tet McMillan. I had him right there at 18. I'm more of a Luther Burden fan. But this is what I say. It's not always about, he's my 21st player. They picked him at 8. Bad pick. I see what they're doing, right? Like, they're really trying to make sure Bryce Young is the guy.
Yeah.
Because towards the end of the year last year, he looked like he could be the quarterback of the future. And this is your alpha. This is your X, 6'4", jump ball. Kind of have to shift coverage to him. You can't, even when he's one-on-one, he's open, right? So I get it. I would give this pick a B-. I think there were better players on the board in my mind. But for what they're trying to do, I can see the logic in it. So I'll give it a B-.
Yeah. No, I like the pick, man. I like Tet. I think Tet's going to be really good. I got to love the pick, bro.
What'd you grade? You didn't give it a grade?
Yeah, I did. I gave it a B+.
I don't remember you saying that.
Yeah, I said B+. What if Tommy was first draft? I don't know what that means.
Maybe Tom Brady?
What if Tommy was first draft?
What
I
if
don't know. Who's ill behavior? Who is that?
Oh, it's Tommy from freaking
some zombies?
Yeah, zombie Tommy.
Shout out to Tommy, bro.
Boy from down and the boy's a Browns fan. He's from Ohio.
Shout out to Australia.
He's from the O.
Australia in the house. Ohio in the house.
Monday Lone in the house.
Said, yo, happy birthday to Ashley. Shout out to Ashley.
Who cares?
Who said that? That's Max's wife.
Who said that?
Tommy.
Man, what a simp.
I got her a card today. Cap.
Did he type that or you typed that?
No, he typed that.
That's funny.
Yeah. Pick Dez.
Man, Cowboy fans are probably just like comatose. Oh, I wanted Tet. You wanted Tet.
McLovin.
Philly. Who's McLovin? Is that what we're gonna start calling? That's a good nickname.
That is a good nickname. No, he said McLovin. McLovin to Philly. Hurt isn't as good as Ashley.
Shut up. You're a bum. You're a bumbleclad.
He said. Derek said bad pick by Carolina.
I mean, he's a good player. It's just I would have went a different direction.
Said should have went Will Johnson or Jalen Walker.
Oh, I don't know about Jalen Walker.
Joey says that he thinks Warren is the pick right here for the Saints. Where do you think the Saints go? The Saints are on the clock.
They could go so many different places. They need everything.
I think they should go Shador Sanders. I know everyone hates him. I know everyone is like, he's not that good. I think that's overblown. I don't trust Derek Carr.
I could.
Derek Carr
What
injury.
if they went like a big edge? Because like Cameron, how long can Cam Jordan keep playing?
You gotta go quarterback.
Like, what if you just went edge right here?
I would go quarterback.
I mean,
I would go quarterback.
I know you would. I know.
Who are you gonna pick that's more valuable right here than quarterback? I don't see anyone.
No, I agree.
Tyler Warren, I love him, but not for the Saints.
Yeah, the Saints are just a little bit too far away.
Then the edges are kind of.
I have a question real quick. Going back to, I just read someone wrote this. I didn't see their name. Sorry. Do you want to be the team that traded out of Travis Hunter?
Oh, that's tough. Yeah. If he winds up being like fucking a superstar, that's a tough look. But who's to say that he's gonna do that on the Browns, man?
I know exactly. It's not like the NBA where like that guy will be good anywhere.
Shout out to Ted. What you like him for his fit? You got the
Hawaiian stuff. Is he Hawaiian?
I want to say
or Polynesian.
Yeah, he's definitely Poly.
I would definitely think that.
We're talking about this pick too in our mock draft, how it can be Tet.
I know we stupidly went Jalen Walker, right?
Because I remember we were having that conversation. Remember, I was like, I literally said like the Leggett thing, and I don't think. And he goes to a place where Adam Thielen is still there too.
You teach him the little tricks of the trade.
Teach him how to run a route more efficiently, get off the line more efficiently. Don't just be a crazy athlete that's 6'4", 6'5". Develop your game. And I think Adam Thielen's going to be able to help with that, man. Juan's my goat. Yo, tell Max to read up. Let me see.
Anything on TikTok? You even reading it?
No.
Shout out to Juan, guys.
No, he's not saying look up at TikTok.
No, I know. He's just saying.
No, I can see if there's a comment.
Okay, I'm sorry. You got it. Look at getting your fifis.
But I'm trying to see what he's saying to read up. I don't know.
Who cares? He's Australian. I got the pick. Oh, wow. Wow.
All right, pick is in for the Saints.
They're going to take tackle out of Texas, Kelvin Banks.
All right.
Wow.
They went the safe route.
I think it's smart. I know you don't like it, but I think they're more than Shador Sanders away from being a decent team in the NFL.
Yeah.
They're a mess. They are a mess.
All right. Kelvin Banks out of Texas. Shout out to Texas, man. Longhorns in the building. 6'5", 315 pounds. Look, am I the biggest Kelvin Banks fan? No, but the Saints need everything right now. I would have went Shador Sanders. The Shador Sanders is officially falling because after this, it's really just the Steelers that are going to pick this guy. As far as the grade goes, I'm going to give it a B+. You know, it's a solid pick. It's a safe pick. They got Kellen Moore over there trying to build that offense.
Just came from Philadelphia, who had 5 good offensive linemen you can make the case for. Look, I like Kelvin Banks. I'm going to cut you off. This is an A pick for me. The Saints are – this is the type of pick you need to really restart your rebuild. It's been too many years of, are we really going to start – like, we can get Derek Carr, right? We'll contend now. We have Derek Carr. Yeah. And Juan's over here just, like, laughing his ass off because he already knows what Derek Carr's all about.
Yeah.
But this is a pick for the future. It's that last year they went Fuanga, who actually showed up, a left tackle. This guy can be your right tackle, right guard. Maybe they didn't like how Fuanga played. Fuanga, excuse me. Maybe they kick him to guard, which we talked about before the draft last year. Maybe this is your guard. Ryan Ramczyk retired. That was a big loss.
Yeah.
They needed a right tackle badly. I love the pick. It's an A pick for me. This is my 12th best player. You get him at 9. It's a tackle. If I'm a Cowboy fan, I'm pissed. I am pissed. And the run on tackle is officially, it's going to be drying up really soon.
Well, look, left? Chicago's on the board. I don't think they're going to go lineman.
It could be Tyler Warren, even though Cole Kmet's serviceable. I think
Yeah, they definitely swooped him up from San Francisco. San Francisco was looking for a tackle potentially. So no Kelvin Banks for them. But
I'm shocked he
it's
went.
going
I am
pretty.
surprised he went in the top 10 of the draft.
Kelvin
Kelvin Banks,
Banks?
yeah. I thought it was a little early for me.
I would have went Josh Simmons here. That's just me
Maybe the
personally.
medical didn't check out
Yeah,
though.
the medical scare people, but I'm
You
not
have
scared.
your fifth best player still out there?
Yeah, Tyler Warren is still out there, man. I would love for Chicago to go Tyler Warren, honestly. Or
Some type of defense.
Loveland.
Dude, the edge rushers are kind of falling.
Yeah.
The edge rushers are kind of falling in the draft. Would you agree?
Yeah. And it's expected. It's expected. We're expecting a team to really love Jalen Walker. And the jury's still out. He can still go top 10, maybe
Yeah.
go to Chicago. But I mean, San Francisco's gonna have their pick of the pick of the century, bro, for edge. Because there's just so many out there. And this draft is falling perfect for the Niners.
And it will be so interesting to see who that second edge is if it's like what we think it is. And
yeah, because it can be a plethora of guys. It can be James Pierce. It can be Scorton,
Shamar Stewart,
Jalen
Mike
Walker.
Green.
Yeah, a lot of guys can
Michael Williams is still available
Michael
too.
Williams as well.
I like the Saints pick. Linemen are never the sexiest pick, but
yeah, they're never gonna be flashy, but no one's gonna look at him, next year and be like, oh, he played terrible. Like, he's probably gonna play pretty solid, bro.
I'd have a hard time thinking he just sucks.
Yeah, because a lot of these linemen's floors,
super high
oh
floors.
my goodness, they're super high. It's just the ceiling is the problem. It's really what it is.
Correct. Yeah, I would agree with you.
Shout out to Kelvin Banks.
Yeah,
we had him comp to Dallas.
Dallas, man, Dallas. I'm like, if I'm in Dallas, I'm like, oh crap.
Yeah,
because now you might be reaching for someone like Josh Simmons if you go that way.
Mm-hmm.
I could see the Cowboys not going any way we expect. Maybe they go like Jahad Campbell,
right?
Something like that.
All right, let's check out the big board. So my top player available is Tyler Warren. Chicago has a guy in Cole Kmet, but my mentality. I don't think Cole Kmet warrants you stopping of drafting a guy in Tyler Warren. And hey, even if you want to get a guy in Loveland that fits a little bit better, you get a Brock Bowers type, and then you have the George Kittle type guy in Tyler Warren. Hey, let's go that route. But Tyler Warren is gonna fall out of the top 10, kind of like Brock Bowers did, and someone's gonna get a heck of a player. I'm telling you that right now.
Yeah, I think the NFL's learned we're not going to take these guys super high, but we're going to let them fall, and then someone's going to get just a steal, like you said.
Yeah,
100%.
Will Johnson still on the board. Hey,
it could be falling a lot further than we know.
Omarion Hampton's still there, and if the Chicago wants to get sexy, I feel it. And you know what? I think that pick will wind up being pretty damn good.
Wow.
All right, pick is in for the Chicago Bears.
The Chicago Bears are selecting tight end out of Michigan, Colston Loveland.
There it goes.
Wow.
All right, so they got
I bet
two
there wasn't
great
a lot
tight
of
ends.
money on that one. A lot of money on him being the number one tight end taken. Wow. Great job, Chicago.
All right, so
surprise.
Colston Loveland, the new Chicago Bear, 6'5", 245 pounds. I'm going to say this, man. I'm shocked that he went over Tyler Warren. I am. I think Tyler Warren is a higher ceiling guy. But when you look at Chicago's situation right now, they kind of have that guy in Cole Kmet. So you get the two tight end system. Loveland's going to be the guy playing in the slot, more bigger receiver type.
Loveland's kind of more like Sam Laporta than Warren.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, who's the coach? Ben Johnson.
Yeah, because I would say this, Loveland is a better blocker than Tyler Warren.
Correct. And they are going to run the ball. If they pick a running back in the second round, they are going to run the ball.
Yeah. You come from Michigan, you're gonna have to know how to run block, and you're gonna have to do it at a pretty decent rate. And all the talk about the reports coming out that he can't block, I think that's BS. What are you seeing, Max?
Let's finish this and we got to go to the next one. Wow. I'm gonna give the grade a pick. I'm gonna give it an A. I think they sat pat. They got my number one tight end, even though it was very close between him and Tyler Warren. He's a better receiver. He's a better blocker. He doesn't have the yak ability that Warren has. I like this pick. I'm gonna give it an A. I
Yeah.
really like it.
I'm gonna give it an A minus. I would have loved it even more if it was Tyler Warren, but hey, Chicago, they're wanting to kind of fit that Detroit mentality, man, and Colston Loveland has that.
The Niners must have run this pick up to the FM board, Juan. It's an edge.
Okay.
Do you want to guess who?
I'm gonna guess it's Mike Green, but pick is in for the Niners. Max, who they pick?
They're picking Georgia edge Michael Williams with the 11th pick in the draft. Joey, this one's for you. For you, my goat. For you.
Man.
This is the one guy Joey said he didn't want. Man. Oh my God, if this is real. I'm Dov Kleiman, don't F me right now, buddy. This guy tweeted out a minute ago, 2 minutes ago, Colston Loveland, and 1 minute ago. Michael. They must have run the pick up the board.
Yeah. Michael Williams, 6'5", 260 pounds, crazy arm length with a 34-inch arm length out of Georgia. Look, he's the second edge off the board. And really, it's the measurables. It's the body. That's what you got to love with a guy in Michael Williams. Me personally, I think this is way too high for a guy like him. He's a developmental guy. And you got to look at this side of it. I'm going to play devil's advocate here, just on what the Niners are thinking. When you watch the film on Georgia guys, they're told to do a certain job. They're not necessarily told to come off the ball, come off the edge, and just sack the quarterback. No, you have to set edges. You have to be big in the run game. Like, hey, we want you standing in this gap. And maybe that takes away from the production. And maybe that takes away from how you watch him as a prospect on film. It's like, oh, this guy's not making crazy plays, but it's like he's just doing his job. That's the devil advocate here because
he played with an ankle injury the whole year. They said after week 3 he was 60%. Juan, I'm going to jump in right here. It's really early for me. It's really early for Michael. The one thing that scares me about this pick one is maybe they met with them. They got to see a side when we didn't get to see. Like you said, when it's a Georgia guy, it's the worst person to evaluate because they don't just get to pin their ears back and go, hey, we're going to be in the wide 9 like 49ers. They never do that. He's head up on a tackle. He's got to just stand up and he's got to put his big paw out there and hold him up and then dissect the play. I'm shocked by this pick. I'm going to give it a D. It's way too early in my mind for a player. That tape wasn't that impressive. And that being said, I'm very scared to give it a D because, like I said with Georgia, it's a tough eval. He was hurt. Maybe they loved him in the interview and saw a dog side of him we didn't get to see. I will say this. They drafted a need. He definitely fits a need. And he could really be a boom or bust player. And I think that's what scares you, too. He's a boom or bust guy.
Yeah, look, I
mean, he'll have a high floor because he's going to be an awesome run defender. Right? What do all Georgia guys want?
Yeah, great run defenders.
But go ahead.
But wow. I feel confident in this pick because it's the Niners. That's the sole reason. Number one, you know how I am like this with edge rushers. He's not going to be told to be the alpha guy. They have Nick Bosa.
Like, I hate to say this one, but if the Raiders make this pick, you're like, why? Yeah. Like, it's just not there. But certain teams just evaluate. I mean, the Niners aren't always the best team for evaluating edge rushers, but it's just this is scary. This is unbelievable.
Yeah, Joey is saying that it's going to get someone fired.
Trey Lance didn't get anyone fired.
Have some confidence in your guys' defensive line coach.
Come on.
Yeah.
They didn't fire a guy who played 10 snaps, 2 games.
Yeah.
They ain't getting fired for him. Come on.
Yeah, look,
there's that
I don't love him.
Biasness.
I don't love him as a prospect, but I love the spot. And things change. Things change depending on where you go. Certain prospects are going to have a boost up depending on where they go. And Michael Williams for the Niners, I'm going to give it a B+. You know, he's a developmental guy, and they can afford it. I can see him like, hey, maybe he struggles weeks 1 through 6. Trying to get his feet under him.
No, maybe
don't matter. They have Nick Bosa.
He could struggle the whole year. He could show the whole year, and then next year it's like, what happened to Michael Williams?
Mhm.
When did who? What? They loved him. They loved him. They ran that pick up there
Yeah.
because I'm scouring Twitter and the next pick hasn't come through yet. It's Dallas. They have their wow. They have their pick.
Yeah. It fits a need. It fits the potential, and you love the situation. It fits this. That's my biggest thing. It fits the situation for the Niners.
It does. Like that's why I said D might be a little harsh. I just think it's so early for a guy. I have where on my board 39.
Yeah,
39
Derek's saying that 49ers missed their window. I kind of disagree with that. Did they miss their window as far as being like they're not going to be this dominant team like they have been? But I think a lot of people
They could win
sleeping.
a Super Bowl, but I don't think it's going to be like 4 Super Bowls in 6 years type thing.
I think a lot of people are sleeping on the Niners. I think it's because a lot of people don't know who the Niners have as far as these replacements. Like everyone's mad, like they don't have Drake Greenlaw, or they don't have Hufunga no more. They have some pretty solid players that they've been drafting in the late rounds over the last couple of years.
Jair Brown's a stud. He's a really good player for us, like a 5th round pick.
Who's the other guy? The safety.
Renardo Green?
No, the safety. The one who cracked Patrick Mahomes.
It's not Jair Brown?
No, it's not Jair Brown.
Man,
I'm forgetting his name right
now.
Do you Joey, help me out. You know who I'm talking about.
You don't know. He don't watch.
But
you know he a fake.
Mustafa. That's his name.
Yeah.
Mustafa. They have Mustafa,
Malik
the safety.
Mustafa.
I think he's pretty good.
Where do we go? Where do we think the Cowboys are going to go? Tyler Warren? Get your next Jason Witten?
I would love that. I think that would be a great pick.
I
think Dak loves tight ends.
I hope they pick a receiver that's not Matthew Golden, just to troll. I'll say this. The Cowboys did not run this pick up to the board. But obviously, you can still love somebody and not pick.
Joey says that the Niners D-line coach thinks that Michael Williams is Ziggy Ansah on steroids. You know what? That's a good comparison as far as I think Michael's a touch better than
he's also a lot stronger and built.
Yeah.
Like he was a good player. Like Michael dominated Texas for like moments. He had flashes on film, and then there was just like a lot of the Georgia stuff we talk about.
I have pretty good confidence that pick is going to work out for the Niners. I love Michael in this. I think this is going to be the best role that he could have went to besides Philly.
Yeah.
If you really think about it, you look at all the teams. I want to see the teams that are up. Let me see the draft.
I like him going more to San Fran than Dallas or the Colts or the Dolphins or the Falcons. Wow. That was a shocker of the first so far.
Yeah. Like if you look at all these teams, it's not a better situation than Miami. It's not a better situation than Indy, Atlanta, Arizona.
Does this start the run?
The edge?
The edge run on edges? It's gonna
Does Dallas go edge?
No, they need a receiver. They need help for Dak. It's always Dak. It's never any. They have no other problems. Just Dak.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
Marion Hampton.
What the pick is?
Marion Hampton's still here.
Marion Hampton is still there. That would be a shocker.
Wonder the Colts are like crap.
The Colts are praying that Tyler Warren falls.
What if it's Will Johnson
for the Colts?
No, for the Cowboys.
For the Cowboys, I would love that.
Oh.
I'll absolutely love that.
The fastness that was reported of the pick to the Niners made me think they absolutely love him. Because there's still no pick for the Cowboys. I'm double checking everything right now, reloading it. Nothing. Okay. They're going to release the schedule May 14th, so then we can plan our trip to Philly.
Yes, sir.
And I get to watch you be sad.
You said May 15th?
14th.
14th.
Yeah. You think this draft's moving faster than last year's? Or
it's going pretty fast. I feel like it's moving.
We're only an hour and a half in.
We're at pick 11.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been getting the picks pretty fast. Who is that right there? Is that Will?
That's Matthew
Golden.
That's an okay jacket. I like the G.
Medallion.
The medallion, yeah. The chain, as the kids would say.
Niners seem happy in their draft room.
Ugh. I would, if I ever got to a draft room, I would just be like, damn, God, I would just be like tweaking out, and they'd be like, "Why are you doing that?" I'm like, just a troll.
Yeah.
They'd be like, "You're an asshole."
I think that pick is gonna work out, man. I know a lot of people are gonna be critical of that.
I
I
don't think
love the spot that he went. There's just no other spot besides Philly that
that you like love.
yeah, it's really just the
I
Niners.
am dying to know the Cowboys pick. I'm
I
telling.
trust their D line coach too. Yeah, they lost Leonard Floyd last year. They needed an edge
Do you
bad.
think we'll ever live through like a team not getting the card in?
I would hope so. I would hope we see it one day. Imagine watching the draft wasn't even televised when that happened, when the Vikings did it. I think they got
Yeah,
passed over like twice that year.
I know. I think they yeah. I can't remember who they took.
Yeah.
The roof is on the dun dun dun. This is very interesting. We've had a lot of quick pick. This is, I think, the longest we've had to wait for a pick.
And I think you look at it from the Niners perspective as well. They're gonna have to pay Brock Purdy. And I think the value of taking an edge right here and paying them that rookie contract,
Is going to really
that's
help.
huge. If they can get production out of Michael Williams.
If anyone has the pick, let me know, please. I'm dying to know.
For the
Cowboys.
Dak, where you at? Cowboys on the clock.
Text.
Who you think they're gonna go?
That's probably smashing his TV in preemptiveness.
Joey said that he wants to throw something at his TV.
You deserve it. You deserve. I hope he's a great player, so then I can be like, you hated him.
Tyler Warren.
You know what's funny? If this kid went,
Tyler Booker here. He said
that's the pick.
That's what Joey said. He said Tyler Booker here.
I like it. Yep.
Is it?
That's
the pick.
Tyler Booker. Mama, where you at, son? You told me goal was there. You taking him? I'm about to go find what happened.
All right, pick is in for the Dallas Cowboys. Max, who they picking?
They're picking at the 12th overall selection in the 2025 NFL Draft, Tyler Booker out of Alabama. One, if you don't mind, I'd like to start it off. This guy is Zach Martin's replacement, his heir apparent. He is a butt kicker. He's a guard through and through. He's got long arms, huge. What is he like? 6'5", 330, just
352.
352. 352. God damn, got that gap.
Yeah.
As the kids would say.
Yeah.
He is a mauler. He's not this guy who you're gonna have in space and do these quick little screens and have him run. That ain't him. But what's he gonna do? He's gonna kick ass.
Yeah.
Whoever's in front of him, you can leave him on an island. He's got good quickness. I love the pick, dude. I really like the pick. They needed a guy like this. Yeah. They're not going to start their run game by taking Matthew Golden. They're not. They need to push people around. Keep Dak upright. Dak's a good enough quarterback where he can kind of work with guys who aren't always the most spectacular people. You have CeeDee Lamb. You have a good tight end. You have some other guys around, Tolbert, Ferguson, whatever. You can make it work. You needed to address the O-line. I love it. And love the pick.
As much crap that we want to talk on the Cowboys every year, and we want to say that they're so flashy and they're always in the news a lot. When it comes to their draft, they're very plain and basic. They're very chalk. And when we were doing the mock draft, this is what me and Max were saying. And it starts off for years for now. Like, the Cowboys haven't traded in a while in the draft, first of all. Second of all, they love to build the trenches. And people want to say CeeDee Lamb was a sexy pick. I don't think so. I think CeeDee Lamb fit the value where they picked him a couple years ago. And for the most part, though, this is what they do. They pick guys like Tyler Booker. They pick guys like Zach Martin. They pick these offensive linemen or these defensive linemen that people are like, it's not a sexy pick, but we can see that it understands. That's what the Cowboys are. And I don't see no different here. And I think it screams out that, what's his name? Their new head coach. I'm forgetting his name already.
Schottenheimer,
Brian Schottenheimer is going to want to run the football. And Tyler Booker is a road grader. Tyler Booker is a phenomenal pass blocker. And that's the mold that they want. They don't want guys that can, hey, let's get out in space. And it kind of explains why they didn't want to get a guy in Gray Zabel. I think Gray Zabel is a lot better in space because Gray Zabel can arguably play tackle in the NFL to some people's eyes. But Tyler Booker is your more traditional big boy guard. They're going to run the football and he's going to maul people up front. I love the
Absolutely.
pick. I'm going to give it an A minus. The only reason why I'm not giving it an A plus is because I like Gray Zabel a little bit more, but I understand the pick. I understand the player. It's a great player.
And
This is what the Cowboys do.
And if you guys are watching it, man, great double-breasted black suede jacket. My God. Brown suede jacket. My God. I love it. Hey, he's my 24th best player, number one guard. You get him.
Yeah.
You desperately needed O-line help. Love it.
Yes.
Love it.
Yeah. Shout out to Ahmad if you're watching this
He
clip.
hated us, bro. I went in
We
there.
were crazy. We were crazy that we comped the alignment to the Cowboys. The Cowboys are boring. Okay? They go chalk. They go offensive line. They go big boys. They don't go the flashy picks. Matthew Golden was the flashy pick here. No. They want to run the football. They want to get some offensive linemen. Zach Martin retired. Know your team. Know your team, Ahmad. I'm disappointed. All right? Disappointed in you.
You're such a troll. I freaking love it. Oh my goodness. I'm so happy they took Tyler Booker. I was so mad if they took freaking what's his name? The receiver at Texas.
Derek is not that happy. He said, I hate the Cowboys.
Well, that's okay. I hate him too, but good pick. Their drafting is never that bad.
It's not. They draft some solid guys. You know, the only pick that I'm kind of remembering right now that was kind of, it wasn't a shocking pick, but it was kind of like unexpected more. Mozzie Smith.
Yeah.
That one was kind of left field.
I remember when they drafted Travis Frederick, people kind of were like, what the hell?
Yeah.
All pro how many times?
Oh my God. He's arguably probably going to be a Hall of Famer for his accolades.
This is what we talked about with them. People were like, they want to see Omarion Hampton. We're going to take all these flashy guys to help Dak. You don't need flash.
And they don't do flash. Jerry and his son don't do flash. They
Not
don't.
really.
They're not flashy. Ever since the Johnny, and you remember when everyone was saying that, like, they're going to pick Johnny Manziel.
Yeah.
Johnny Manziel to Dallas. That's the pick.
Yeah.
They've never gone flashy.
Now,
They
the
never
Dolphins
do.
are a team that would take Matthew Golden.
They go
right here.
flashy. They're
Right.
a flashy team. And I'm telling you right now, the pick right now for the Colts is Tyler Warren. I'm putting money on it.
If Miami doesn't take him, but I don't think they would. They have
if I had a house, I'll put my mortgage on it.
well,
Tyler Warren.
Well, we can't skip over Miami.
I know, but I don't think Miami's
This
going to
could be a Will Johnson. And again, we got the pick wrong right here. We got Kelvin Banks. But our logic was right. Yeah, the right position.
Right thinking.
God,
the
look at that,
right
man.
thinking.
Look at you, smart.
Yeah.
Just annihilates people. Destroys them.
Yeah. And he's so great in pass pro, bro. So great in pass pro. Like, he's an unathletic guy when it comes to, like, getting out in space and, like, pulling guard type stuff.
You can't really move him.
But in today's NFL, there's not that many teams that, that are like, oh, we want to pull our guards all game. I don't see that, bro.
No.
I don't. I don't see that as a problem. A lot of guys in college don't even pull all that much, depending on what scheme they're in. But yeah,
He was your 46th player. I'm surprised you love the pick so
I
much.
do. Because you get the logic. And it's like for their scenario.
I get it too. Like, I get the logic of Mike Hill, but I still didn't hesitate to give it a D because it's just so early and there's so many better edges.
It's just a spot.
Yeah. One's still working on understanding value in the draft. He's come a long way though, boys. But you were absolutely
I disagree.
Cap.
Because Max is the encyclopedia when it comes to value.
I am.
No, you're not.
I'm that guy.
Cap. Ashley said, "Where's your son kiss?"
It's in the fridge. You don't need to watch. Just don't be a hater. Happy birthday, babe. I'm sorry, I'll be home soon. I would say this one on a side note. Miami is in a really make it or break it year for not only their head coach, for their quarterback. They gave him all that money. Would you believe it when he got hurt? No, not Tua Tagovailoa.
Yeah.
Not him. He's such a upright guy who never gets hurt. I don't really know where they should go right here. They could use a lineman. They could use a tight end. Jonnu Smith had a great year, but do they really Where do you, I'm thinking defense right here. One, I'm thinking of Will Johnson and
I
edge.
think if it's defense, it's Will Johnson, but
Is it like a
they just
they
got a
can? What
guy.
about a
They just
Kenneth?
picked a guy, and
What about a Kenneth Grant? And I only say him, even though he's my number 5 because he's a big space eater. Like they need some type of big people. They can't. They're so soft and finesse. They need to add some nastiness to their team.
yeah, I don't. Maybe what if it's a trade right now with Tyreek?
And to go up with to piggyback off one, just like that, the Raiders rookie Ashton Genty becomes the second highest paid running back in the league
Yeah.
in terms of guarantee.
So when you think about it, it's not a rookie saving
Got
deal.
got 2 picks. Wow. Wow.
Oh, they ran up that Tyler Warren pick with the Colts, but
They absolutely did. It
I
wasn't.
told you.
Oh my goodness.
All right, pick is in for the Miami Dolphins. Who the Dolphins pick?
They
next?
went Kenneth Grant, interior defensive lineman
We
out of
called it at the
Michigan for
end.
13. Wow, that's really early for me. I mean,
All
I get
right.
it. I get it.
Kenneth Grant, the measurables are off the chart. 6'4", 331 pounds. He's an athlete, man. He's a big body out of Michigan. You know, Miami needs to toughen up. They need to get bigger. They need to get that mentality on their side. They're a finesse team. They're a speed team. They even picked a guy in the Penn State guy last year.
Chop Robinson.
Chop Robinson. He was more finesse, a speed guy. They got Tyreek Hill, speed, A-Chain, speed. They need a dog in Kenneth Grant. Take up some space. Stop the run. I like the pick. I don't love it because the player. I have my doubts about Kenneth Grant. And the thing that scares me about Kenneth Grant is that he's probably gonna be in, he's gonna come in and he's gonna be expected to be that alpha guy to make plays.
Well, he's their Christian Wilkins replacement.
He is
and
the
it's,
Christian
and it's
Wilkins
a little,
replacement,
and
but I don't think he can do
no,
Christian Wilkins things.
I don't think so either. I'm with you. He's a good player. I do like this pick in terms of getting bigger and getting beefier and just keeping your linebackers a little bit cleaner. But to me, he's not disruptive enough to warrant a 12 pick in the draft, a 13 pick in the draft, excuse me. Could I be wrong? Absolutely could be wrong. But for my liking, I like guys like Walter Nolan, Darius Alexander. Juan had Alfred Collins above this guy. He didn't even crack Juan's top 5.
Yeah.
It's a little early. I'm gonna go C on this pick, C minus.
Yeah.
While he is good and he kind of possesses something that like Walter Nolan's more of a disruptive guy, right? Darius Alexander, more disruptive guys. It's just early. He's not disruptive enough at all. He's kind of doesn't explode out of his stance. That's my take on him. He'll help out the defense, but I don't think he's going to change their defense enough. And it is a move in the right direction, though. I will say that.
I'm gonna look. I get the philosophy on it. You know, you want to get bigger, and if you love Kenneth Grant, which obviously they do, you pick a guy. Okay, you pick Grant. But in my personal opinion, I'm gonna give it a D plus.
This is
I had
really
guys.
hard on. Okay.
I had guys ahead of him, and I like guys better. I would have loved Alfred Collins here. I would have loved Will Johnson here. Ultimately, I think Will Johnson should have been the pick.
Will Johnson is falling in the draft,
And Will Johnson is falling, just like Quinyon Mitchell fell last year. Teams are they're gonna learn really quick that this guy is arguably the number 1 corner in the draft. But hey, that doesn't mean Kenneth Grant is gonna be a bust. That's just my opinion. You know, you get bigger, but I'm not in love with the pick. I get the philosophy though. It's not something that's like, oh, I don't get it. Like I don't get where they're trying to go. I get where they're trying to go. It's just wrong player. Wrong player. Don't really like him. Don't love him.
Yeah. And just like that, we're gonna be moving on, guys, to the 14th pick in the draft. The Indianapolis Colts get their tight end of the future, Tyler Warren, with 14. And I think in a little bit of a shock, fell to be 14. First of all, I would not have bet on money that Colston Loveland would be the number 1 tight end. I wouldn't have bet Tyler Warren would get past the Jets, but just like that, the Colts get one of the closer versions to Gronk we've seen in terms of when the ball's in his hand, he breaks tackles. He's a dynamic athlete. He's not the most polished route runner or even blocker, but he's plenty physical. He can develop into I would say, a really top tier blocker one. The physicality's there, the tools are there. But where this guy shines is just being a safety blanket for Anthony Richardson, where oh, he just he leaks out into the flat, and we get him the ball 2 yards, and he gets 2 yards, and then he runs for 15. That's what's going to be special about this guy,
Yeah,
and it's shocking the Colts got him. A plus. You didn't have to move to get this guy. Shocking,
yeah.
shocking. Great pick by the Colts. Juan. I want to know what you think.
First of all, I give it an A plus. You know how I feel about Tyler Warren. He's my on my big board. He's my number 5 player overall. Okay, I'm very high on him. I think this is another Brock Bowers situation as far as like a blessing in disguise that he falls and teams are just like, okay, we'll pick him right here. It's outside the top 10. And the Colts need a tight end. I was already saying it. I was predicting it like 6 picks ago. If he falls, I'm putting my life on the line that he will get picked by the Colts. And Lord and behold, he's an Indianapolis Colt. Like Max said, Anthony Richardson needs this guy. He needs a weapon. Anthony Richardson struggles to throw the ball downfield. Okay. And he struggles to throw the ball intermediate. And I don't think Tyler Warren is he can do that. But I think, like Max said, his thing is yak. Use this guy even in the run game. You can hand him off the ball and he's a running back almost. That's how physical this
Yeah,
guy
they
is.
lined him up at quarterback and said, "Go get yards. Just go get yardage. That's all we need you to do."
So if you can have him as a tight end screener, on the screen game, or just get the ball in his hands in general, he's gonna make some plays, man. That yak is gonna be huge for a guy like Anthony Richardson. Because it just seemed like, Max, there was just drives that died in Indianapolis.
Oh yeah,
When
and their
they
tight
couldn't run
ends,
the ball,
correct.
it was
And
done.
and their tight ends are just really subpar. There's no
Yes.
one to write home about. He's first of all one of the best players available on my board. Position in need, hit it out the park. You get him organically rather than having to trade up for him. Love the pick for the Colts. It helps. And I will say this one just to get ahead of it and some other teams. We talked about the Chargers being a big team for a tight end and Michigan guys. We just saw Kenneth
2 of them.
Grant leave the board. We saw Colson Loveland. And we talked about both these guys for the Broncos either. The AFC West teams for needs of tight end,
Yeah.
they missed out.
Yeah, 2 tight ends in the top
And
15
and I
this
don't
year.
think we'll see another one for the rest of this round.
Yeah, we'll see how many teams love Harold Fannin. I'm a big fan of him.
Atlanta
But-
could maybe take Shador right here.
No.
I'm just saying,
They've done it before.
We didn't stop us from taking a quarterback.
But yeah, I love the Tyler Warren.
Oh
pick,
my
man.
goodness, Juan. Are we gonna give? Is Tyler Warren gonna wear 44? Dude, if there's one, give it to him.
Dallas Clark, baby.
Come on, please. That looks
Dallas
sick.
Clark comp, man. Who was your comp to
Tyler Warren?
To Tyler Warren?
Let me get it. I have a raise.
Because I think you said Dallas Clark. Because I had Dallas Clark.
Jeremy Shockey.
Yeah, I had Dallas Clark mixed with Jeremy Shockey.
It's got to be a white guy,
Yeah. But I love Tyler Warren, man. I really do. I'm happy for the Colts
Hey,
that he fell.
That run on edges hasn't started yet. Has not started.
We'll see where Atlanta goes. We had Jahad Campbell here for the Atlanta Falcons.
Another guy who potentially could fall based off medicals.
Yes.
And you might be surprised to know me and Juan actually don't get the medicals for these guys, unfortunately. Because,
Yeah.
I might have to call Howie and see what's up. Wow. Look at those. What's that?
Yeah,
elk?
while the Falcons are on the clock, Max, I'm gonna shoot it to you. I gotta use the restroom.
Oh, wow. What a sellout. I wonder when they got 4 minutes still and they haven't made the pick. Before you go, who they going to pick?
I'm gonna go James Pierce.
James Pierce?
Yeah.
Wow.
Him or Mike.
Wow. Guys, if I'm going to do a little recap of the draft, guys, while we wait for one. The number 1 pick was Cam Ward. The number 2 pick was Travis Hunter in a shocking trade by the Jacksonville Jaguars. 3 was Abdul Carter, who I think a lot of people saw going to the Giants. I thought he was going to go to the Browns, but 4, the Patriots took Will Campbell a little bit early for my blood. 5, the Browns took Mason Graham. 6, the Raiders took Ashton Genty. 7 was the Jets, who took Armand Mambu. 8 was the Carolina Panthers, who took Tet McMillan, or Tetsuroa McMillan. I heard he doesn't like the name Tet. 9 was the Saints, took Kelvin Banks. 10 was the Bears, who took Colston Loveland in a really surprising move. Then we had 11 was the Niners, who took Mikael Williams. 12 was the Cowboys, took Tyler Booker. 13 was the Dolphins, took Kenneth Grant. And 14 was the Colts, who just ran Tyler Warren up to the board. Got to update that. Bears right there. Perfect. We're looking good, guys. We're almost 2 hours in. The stream's doing good. Juan's back. I just did a quick recap one for everybody, so everyone's caught up on picks 1 through 14. Nothing yet. Scouring Twitter. Let's see. So taking their sweet time. You think we're gonna see any more trades? We haven't really seen anything.
There's really nothing.
Oh, the Bears are gonna come up to the top 5.
Hey man, the Bears went Loveland, dude.
I know.
You know what? I'm kind of thinking ahead. Marion Hampton to Denver makes a lot of sense.
He's gonna organically get there.
I think Hampton makes a lot of sense because I think they're gonna look at the board and they're gonna be like, Matthew Golden fell this far. Do we really want to take him? Because I guarantee they have a better grade on Hampton. I guarantee Hampton's going to be one of their highly rated players. It's just the fact that he's a running back. Hampton's going to be high on a lot of these teams' boards. All right.
Sorry, guys, if I'm being quiet. I'm just looking for picks.
Let's see if JPA is out with the pick. They got that trade pretty fast.
The Colts had to run this pick up there. They were like, oh, yeah, we got it.
It was so obvious.
So far, the 2 fastest picks have been the Niners and Colts.
Yeah.
They both fell in love. I'm shocked that Tyler Warren didn't go before.
Yeah, so this is the big board. You got Will Johnson still on the board.
I wonder when will his fall. I guess it's technically it's not a fall, but in our minds, it's a fall.
Yeah. Nick Scorton's still there. Marion Hampton.
Maxwell Harrison, Smiley.
Yeah. Malachi Starks. You got Jahdae Barron. A lot of people thought Jahdae Barron was going to be a top 15 pick. Maybe he goes right here.
Or Malachi Starks could be the Jesse Bates replacement.
Yeah.
Absolutely could.
Crazy to think that Colston Loveland and Tyler Warren went above all these other edges.
Absolutely. Like, I kind of don't want to pat us on the back too much, but we had those guys ahead of a lot of edges, or I did.
Yeah.
Loveland and Warren were my 7th and 8th player on my big board. Wow.
So Atlanta's on the clock.
Haven't heard yet. Let me refresh it. Maybe.
My top guy on the board right now is Will Johnson. Okay. Will Johnson. I think he's a stud. I think he's going to be really good.
You don't see the clock get down to 30 seconds very often.
And they're probably taking calls.
Yeah.
Pick is in.
Is it?
That's what it says.
Did it? I didn't see that.
Usually when they get rid of the clock. And this is slow. This is way behind. So pick is in.
Got it.
All right.
Got it. Wow.
Pick is in.
Sorry, I'm just doing something real quick. You want me to go?
Yep.
The Atlanta Falcons are going edge out of Georgia, Jalen Walker.
Jalen Walker, here he goes. So he's the third edge. Second edge taken out of Georgia.
Edge / linebacker.
Yeah. 243 pounds. Look, I don't know how I feel about this one. I'm gonna grade it. This is raw reaction. This is part of the draft night. But when I'm thinking about it right now, I'm gonna give it a B-. I feel like the right move was to probably trade down. They obviously couldn't find a candidate or maybe a good enough deal to do that. But I like a couple of guys better for them. I kind of like Nick Scorton better and Mike Green. But Jalen Walker, as the player goes, man, he's good as they come, man. It's just really like, what is he gonna play? Is he going to play edge? Is he going to play linebacker? Is he going to play a hybrid of that? Is he going to be a QB spy? I don't really know. And that's what kind of scares me about him. And when you look at Atlanta, they have a guy in, what's his name? The Inkabidi, who is kind of like the same kind of situation where he was a smaller guy. He's a twitchy guy. And I don't necessarily like having two of those guys on my team. Now that I think about
They
it, I
still
want
have.
a
They still
bigger
have.
type of guy.
Do they still have Judon, or did he walk in free? I think they
I'm
might.
pretty sure he's
He's
walked.
available.
Yeah.
He okay. Look, so I'm gonna give my take on this. First of all, I'm not a big fan of this guy. He was outside of my top 5. There's still guys in my mind, and again, this is my big board. I like that they attacked an area of need, and honestly, he kind of covers 2, linebacker and edge. I graded him as an edge. I wasn't all that impressed. He's really undersized. He has decent. He definitely is a great athlete. One, that's what we talked about.
Yes.
He's an amazing. Like if this guy could be your spy, he's gonna be out. He's gonna be awesome. He gets to stay in the state of Georgia, which is cool. But to me, there's better guys who can play edge, and you desperately need pass rush. And by the way, the NFL Network just comped him to Dante Hightower. He's light in the ass. He is light in the butt. He's 240. How many great passers do you see walking around at 240? Nolan Smith?
Yeah.
And Nolan Smith is just another twitchy freak. Look, he'll be a good player. I just don't know if the value's there. To me, I go James Pierce. I go Nick Scorton. I go Donovan Izaraku. I'm giving this pick a D. It's really early for me. This is my 57th player on my big board.
Yeah, and the ceiling is extremely high for him. Man.
I give it a D plus just to be a little nicer. But man, it's ceiling's high, floors. I mean, he'll be a good run defender, but
And that's the thing that's weird about these Georgia guys. We brought it up with Michael Williams. You kind of got it. You have to take in consideration on how they play defense. And you can't necessarily say with a straight face that like these guys didn't have more on the table to succeed at the college level.
He was your 27th player.
Yeah.
Late second round, and
Yeah.
he's not a bad player. It's just you worry about the fit, and he's just kind of light in the butt.
Yeah. Here's a look at our top 10 edge rushers in the draft. And I have them at number 6. And it's really just because of the question marks on where do we play him, the size aspect. I see him more as a value pick for one of these like winning franchises. And when I say winning, like the Bills, the Eagles, where he doesn't have to come in and put up crazy numbers. Like I would have loved that guy for the Bills, in all honesty. For Max, you had him at 8, so you had him even lower.
Yeah, I liked Michael ahead of him, but like I said, once I got past Mike Green, there was a big gap between edge rushers. There really was to me. He's a kind of a high floor player, but he's also a boomer. It's weird because Georgia guys can do one thing: play the run really well and they're physical. Yeah. But when it comes to rushing the passer, it's raw. It's not really the body you see. You think of the best pass rushers in football: Daniil Hunter, Josh Sweat, Aiden Hutchinson, Trayvon Walker, Max Crosby. These are all like 265, big dudes, 6'5", 260. He's 6'1", 240.
Yeah, and it's at 15. It's nothing crazy. It's
Yeah.
not like they picked this guy in the top 10, and the Panthers were hearing that they might take Jalen Walker at 10. So it's not a terrible spot. It's just really the fit for me. The fit doesn't.
I don't like that he has to be an alpha right away. I really don't. I mean, I'm going to check the Falcons depth chart.
No, their best pass rusher is
definitely. Who are the Eagles
definitely
going to get to pick? All the Georgia guys are being picked. I know.
Well, maybe they go on the other side. They get Ohio State.
Morgan Fox, David Onyemata, Ruko Rororo, Leonard Floyd, Arnold Ikambidi, Braylon Trice.
See, just a lot of small guys. Braylon Trice is a little bit bigger, but Ikambidi and Leonard Floyd, those are small guys.
And if we're like, oh, we got to be worried about Jalen Walker over everyone else, I don't see how he's going to like kick people. He can't be a Max Crosby. And it's like, we all know Max Crosby's going to be there and kick his ass. Like, but he still gets it done, right? Right. Every team knows for the last year. Who else did the Raiders have at edge? Who? Tell me.
Nobody.
And did Max Crosby still go out there and kick ass?
Correct.
Do you think Jalen Walker can do that?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
He could, but is it possible? Is it possible? Yes. Is it likely?
Yeah.
Pick is in for the Arizona Cardinals.
I'm scouting. Maybe it's a start. Maybe it's Mike Green.
It could be Mike Green. Who's their receivers? You got the pick?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I'm gonna guess it's Matthew Golden from your chuckle.
No, it's worse.
pick is in for the Arizona Cardinals.
They select Ole Miss D tackle Walter Nolan. I'm only laughing because I know Juan's immediately going to say, I guess we're just going to do Robert Nkichi a second time. But you know what?
Man.
This guy is a hell of a lot better than Robert Nkichi. He's my second overall D tackle. He's an ass kicker. Not the biggest dude in the world. 6'4", 296. Not the longest arms, but what does he want? He's twitchy as all hell. Just a bull of a guy. And yeah, there's those plays where he's on his ass, right? But I think Jonathan Gannon, who came from Philadelphia, one that had a Milton Williams, Jalen Carter, disruptive as hell D tackles, and he really fits. He fits the scheme really well. They're going to put him next to Darius Robinson. He's going to be disruptive. I like the pick. They definitely have a need at D tackle. They got Josh Sweat. Darius Robinson's kind of an edge / inside guy on third down. I love the pick. I give it a B+.
Of course you love the pick, Max.
I know. And do I like dread
This
it
is going to be
because-
my first F. This is the first pick that I hate. I hate it.
I give it an F. You
I
given
do.
the 59th player on your
I
board
do.
at pick 10.
I don't.
A B.
I don't like
You can't
it.
even give it a D. You gotta give it an F.
I don't like it
It's
because you know
Robert-
how I feel about Walter Nolan.
You got Robert and Kichi freaking just nightmares.
Yeah,
stuck in your head.
I just don't like the player. I think it's way too early for him. It's at 16. Look,
Where was he on your board?
to me, Walter Nolan is very selfish.
Juan's 58th player.
I would say that he's very selfish, and he's selfish in this way. He doesn't care about any assignments. He leaves gaps wide open. He leaves backsides wide open because he's just trying to make every single play. He's trying to make the flashy play. And number two, he gets put on his ass way too much. Way too much as a player. Watch the film on him. He's on the ground a fair amount of the time. And I'm sorry, I can't ride with that. You give good points with Jonathan Gannon as far as this is the type of guy that he looks for. Milton Williams, Jalen Carter. Sorry, he's not no Jalen Carter. He's not even close.
No, he's not Jalen Carter, but he's like the Milton Williams disruptive, undersized D tackle.
Yeah,
who got paid a lot of money.
This is the first pick I don't like. I don't like it. I don't really understand it. I don't like the player. Sorry, I have to grade it an F. It's my first F. You know how I feel about Walter Nolan. I know you feel a little bit different. I know you're heading on that train. I'm sorry. I'll get off of it. Let me eat crow. Whatever. Don't like it.
You're right. What Robert Mkichi, why'd you have to go to Arizona and ruin it for us?
Yeah, Robert, he went to Arizona.
He did. I know. That's why I laughed when I saw the pick. I was like,
oh my goodness. But let's be honest.
we're halfway through
Let's look at the board.
halfway through the draft.
Let's look at the board, Max. Who was a better option as far as home run goes? Like, oh my God, they passed up on him. I give them that. It's not like they passed up on someone like how maybe just Will Johnson.
Yeah.
For me, but as far as that, like, okay, you like them more than Nick Scorton, Jahad Campbell. I mean, I love those players obviously more, but
I'm a little surprised it wasn't Will Johnson because, I mean, I think his fall's going to be – I think the fall's going to go. And like I said, the defensive pass rushers are going to start flying off the board, I think. Yeah. Cincinnati could desperately use one. Miles Murphy hasn't worked out. Trey Hendrickson.
This has to be Will Johnson,
gone.
Right?
I think this could be Will Johnson. This could be James Pierce. This could be Mike Green. Mike Green falling way down draft boards, by the way. He was supposed to be a top 10 pick. Could it be Shador? I don't know. We'll see. Probably
From Cincinnati?
No, I'm just just messing around. Could be a running back. Maybe I'm right. No. I don't think they need a running back.
I think Denver's Iron Hampton right now.
Yeah, no, they desperately need some type of defensive help.
And like you said, nobody's trading. And I think nobody's trading because there's nobody worth trading for.
The only guy in my mind is really Will Johnson.
That's it.
The only other guy I have in my top 10 is James Pierce, but I don't think he's worth trading up for. I could see why a team. Let's see. Got it. Bengals.
All right. Bengals pick is in.
They're picking edge out of Texas A&M. Shamar Stewart.
Yeah, not surprising here. It's not the as far as this player going here. Ooh, wrong Stewart. All right, Shamar Stewart out of Texas A&M, 6'5", 267 pounds, 34-inch arm length. Look, this guy is a physical specimen. His mock draftable chart is crazy. Okay, he's an athletic beast. Has low production, but as far as the consensus say, he's a disruptive player, and you can't really look at the production. Look, I get why they picked him, and I'm not shocked that he went in the first round. Someone had to do it. Somebody has to take that chance, and Cincinnati is taking it. And in all honesty, I'm kind of scared if I'm the Bengals because I really don't think they can afford to take a boomer bust guy in this draft. They need to just get solid players for that defense. They can't afford to just have an absolute bust on their defensive line. They need a hit on these picks, and that's why I'm going to give it a D.
I'm going to give it a D as well. He's my 81st player on my board. He's a huge boomer bust. Part of me, I've told you this from the beginning. The traits are scared to make are enough to make you double guess. Because one, there ain't many guys who could do that, right? Ain't many guys, even if you go to the combine, can look like that and just go crazy left and right.
Yeah.
But it's just there's too many plays on the tape one where he just gets blocked and he just runs straight into the guy, doesn't have a move. If you're betting on this kid and you can teach him the move, sure, he can be great. But other than that, there's really not much. It's a D for me. I almost want to give it an F, but just based off the traits alone, I will let it be a D rather than an F.
Yeah.
It's really early for this guy.
It's boomer bust.
He's just too much boomer bust for my liking. And
yeah. And look, if I'm gonna play devil's advocate
they
here,
did get a need.
If I'm gonna play devil's advocate, Max said they got a need, number one, and number two, the ceiling is just extremely high, and that's why he's a boomer bust guy. Like he can, what teams are looking at, he can be Rashawn Gary. Okay, that's just
and the production thing I don't really care about as much because we've seen other good pass rushers come to the NFL.
Yeah, I would say this,
but it was the way he looked, where it was just running into guys and not really doing much.
I've seen some data on some of the elite guys that come from college. And for the most part, to be an elite guy, you need to have that production. That doesn't mean you can't be a good edge in the league. But to be an elite edge, most of the elite edges in the league have great production in college. So that's one. Number two, the reason why that production was low at Texas A&M is kind of like the same thing with the Georgia guys. It's the fact that he wasn't asked to just go outside and rush the passer and show off those crazy athletic skills. He played in the inside a lot. He played in the inside. He was told to cover up this gap and make sure you're covering up a hole in the run game. That's what he was told to do.
And they asked him to line up head on a tackle at times. Yeah. I mean, based off the fit, I don't know if I draft him. The green double breasted. Oh, nice chain though. What is that?
It looks like a snake.
I thought it was like a freaking something with its mouth open.
Looks like a viper or something.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know what that is. Maybe it's a dog because he's a dog.
Maybe.
Anyway, look, we'll see what happens, man. Like, NFL Network, the Rashawn Gary. I don't really trust it, man. I have a hard time loving that pick.
I think Rashawn Gary was better when I watched him in this guy.
Yeah.
I mean, if you could teach him some moves, then yeah, the sky's the limit. But
my comp for Shamar Stewart was like a low graded, like 3 tech guy, Tyquan Lewis, just a whatever player. That's just really the reality of Shamar Stewart, man. And I was going to feel like this.
My comp was like a poor man's Cam Jordan or something, but he just don't even flash on the tape like that to me.
Yeah. We'll see what happens, man. He's excited.
He's a big dude. He's got like the perfect edge body, like skinny but just thick as hell. He's a hell of a player, man. I mean, he's a hell of an athlete, I should say. Yeah, 4'5", 267, 4'6", 40. Yeah. Unbelievable.
Yeah. This is scary for the Bengals. I'm sorry, they got some balls, man. Like I said, they have so much money invested into the offense with Joe Burrow, T. Higgins, Jamar Chase. They're paying those guys top dollar money. So what does that mean? That means that you need to, number one, hit on guys in the draft. Okay? Because you need these top players, the edge player, the corner, the tackle. You need to be paying them on that rookie contract and get some play out of them. That's like a top 10 guy. That's what you call value. That's what the Bengals need. And then of course they need to hit on the free agents, the low risk, high reward guys. Pay them, low money like a Frank Louvu.
Or
Hit
like
on
a
guys
Zach
like that.
Bond, yeah.
Zach Bond, guys that develop into those guys that are impact players on low contracts. And I'm sorry, Shamar Stewart just doesn't fit that prototype for me.
Show the edge rusher rankings just to give you guys another. Like I said, the edge rusher is on. It's on. And it's going to continue to go in my mind, Juan.
Yeah, Shamar Stewart for Max, he was a number 9 guy. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not even going to show mine because he wasn't in my top 10. That's how much I felt indifferent
and
about
in the
Shamar
video,
Stewart.
I said he's like a second round pick, and it's just based off the traits.
Yeah. And we both had Shamar Stewart in our mock in the first round. We knew he was going to go in the first. The intent, the athletic.
I don't blame a team for taking him. It's just a huge risk.
It's a huge risk, and you don't like the spot. Like the spot matters, bro. Like if you would say, like Kansas City picks this guy,
yeah,
would you feel more confident about it? I would, because they can afford to miss on him.
Correct. Got it. Got the pick for the Seahawks.
All right, Seahawks pick is in.
They're picking a guard out of North Dakota State, Greg Zabel.
Zabel. Love this pick, man. Kind of. Well, no, I'm just kind of shocked that it's not a defensive guy. But hey, Gray Zabel out of North Dakota State, 6'6", 301 pounds, 32-inch arms. He played a lot of left tackle. He's projected to be a guard in the NFL. I love the player, man. And I'm going to grade it right now. I'm going to say an A-. It's not a sexy pick, but I love the player. And it's a need. It's a need for the Seahawks.
You just get Sam Darnold, guys. You got to protect him. We saw when he was at his best in Minnesota was when he's protected, kept clean, could make good decisions. It's a tad early for me for Greg Zabel, but he's a butt kicker, especially when we move him into guard, because I think that's where he's going to play in the NFL as guard. You go to watch the Senior Bowl practices, he kicked butt all day. To me, I'm going to give it a B-. It's a little early for a guard, but they desperately need it. And if you're going to get Sam Darnold, you got to support him. You can't just lay on. We have nobody at O-line.
Yeah.
Now you have, maybe if you get Charles Cross healthy, him, Abraham Lucas can be healthy for once in his life. They're kind of building an O-line there that's been a problem since they won a Super Bowl.
Yeah. Love the pick, though, man. I have Greg Zabel pretty high on my list. He's like my number 20th overall player.
Where do you go, 18?
18.
Yeah.
The thing I'm just shocked about is we're getting at a point in the draft where you just have this great player in Will Johnson, and he is just falling. The medicals had to just not grade out well for him.
Well, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are a prime spot to take a guy like that, or maybe a Mike Green.
To me, I feel like Detroit needs to trade up now. Detroit would love a guy in Will Johnson. They need him. I would trade up for him.
You could also trade up for like a Mike Green.
Yeah, Mike Green. I think at this point, a defensive edge is going to fall to them, though. I wouldn't trade up for, unless you like a Mike Green like that. But Nick Scorton's still on the board. James Pierce,
Donovan Izaraku.
Yeah,
Jahad Campbell's falling. Nick Scorton's there.
Yeah, not surprised Jahad Campbell's
Jade Barron could be the pick right here.
Jade Barron.
And Omarion Hampton continues to fall down the board.
Yeah.
I have a hard time thinking he's going to get past Denver, though.
For
Denver
Omarion Hampton.
Denver might be licking their chops.
Yeah.
Or the Chargers.
So the Bucks here, we actually had Jade Barron to the Bucks, correct, in our mock draft.
I believe so, yes, sir.
So I would love to get this pick right for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers because I think he'll be a hell of a buck.
When do you see a receiver going? Green Bay?
Denver, Green Bay, the Rams.
The Rams really? They got Devontae and Puka.
Oh, they did get Devontae Adams.
They still have two.
So no Rams. No Rams. maybe Buffalo, Washington.
Nah, we don't need to. Nah, Buffalo don't need to help Josh Allen. Let's just continue to be mid.
Yeah, we're almost done.
I feel like it's going a lot faster than last year.
If you guys are still here with us, man, make sure to hit that like button. All right, we appreciate you guys stopping by. Everyone on TikTok, appreciate you guys. We've been live the longest on here for about, I don't know, like
Yeah,
4.5
you got to
hours.
watch me like want to kill one. It was fun.
So shout out to everyone on TikTok. If you guys would kindly, if you guys want to move over to YouTube, subscribe to us on there. We do content almost daily, man. If you guys love the draft, which obviously you guys are watching our live draft, so you guys must love the draft. We've done almost every position rankings for all these guys already. And go ahead and watch those videos. We'll for sure have our draft grades out later on next week, probably on a Monday that'll drop. We'll see how me and Max's schedules work out, but we'll be grading all these picks. We'll be grading everyone's draft classes, see who has the best draft class. Who is winning the draft so far? Who's like a big winner? I would say Cleveland. I will put Cleveland as
I
a
love
winner.
Cleveland too
Because they got Abdul Carter, who can arguably be the best player in this
No,
draft.
Cleveland got Mason Graham.
Oh, Mason Graham, sorry. Who got Abdul Carter? That was the Giants.
Giants, yeah.
Yeah, so Cleveland, they got Mason Graham, another player that I love.
And a first round pick next year.
And a first round pick next
Yeah,
year.
no one picking twice this year.
Yeah.
It's weird. Nothing on the Buccaneers pick. They're not going to go Amari and Hampton. They got Bucky Irving and Rashad White. And like we predicted, Shador's not like we predicted. We put Shador at the Saints, but like a lot of people said, Shador Sanders is falling. And if he gets past 21, might be a long wait.
Let's see if Pittsburgh
I will say this about Shador. I don't buy all that stuff where like he interviewed horribly. I don't think Dion would I don't think he'd be like that, to be honest.
Yeah. So how many linemen have we had? Five linemen so far?
Josh Simmons is falling.
Yeah, not surprising.
I got to pick. Wait, what?
Pick is in?
Yeah. It's the Bucks. It's the guy who wrote Seahawks. They're picking wide receiver Emeka Ibuka.
Wow.
Giving Baker Mayfield some help. And
that's kind of
some Chris Godwin insurance.
This is interesting. Wow. This is definitely a luxury pick. Emeka Ibuka, 6'1", 202 pounds out of Ohio State. Look, the Bucks have Chris Godwin. They have Mike Evans. And they also drafted a pretty good guy in Jalen McMillan last year out of Washington. So it's kind of head scratching.
Yeah.
It really is. I like the player, but man, they're definitely doing a luxury pick. I would have loved Will Johnson here. I would have loved Jade Barron.
Yeah. Edge too. They desperately need an edge.
I'm kind of shocked. I'm gonna give it a C+. I mean,
well, we do know Chris Godwin might not start the year completely healthy.
Yeah.
So that would be kind of the thing.
Wow, but still, I really like McMillan.
Yeah,
I thought he showed late last year.
I know. It's a luxury pick. I will say this though, Mike Evans ain't no spring chicken. Chris Godwin ain't no spring chicken. So this could definitely be a move for the future. I mean, definitely is a move for the future. Overall, I'd give this a C minus. I don't think he's the best player on my board. He's actually pretty low on my board. I think he's the last guy. Where is he? I think he just fell out of the first round. Sorry, Juan, I should have had this ready.
No, you're good.
He's my 37th player. It's early, and I don't think it's a need at all. I like drafting for needs. And like you said, that's a great point. McMillan was good last year. They had a great offense last year.
Yeah.
And I don't see how this really helps. I mean, it's a move in the right direction, but
they obviously
this move makes sense.
They signed Chris Godwin.
That's what I'm saying. If you don't sign him, this move makes sense. And who's rushing the passer? They still don't have anyone. I'm like, wow, they can rush the passer.
Yeah, they got multiple different guys. They have guys that can play in the inside and on the edge. They kind of run like a little NASCAR thing with Todd Bowles because they have Elijah Cansey and stuff.
I know they got
that.
Hassan Reddick, but I mean, Hassan Reddick's long in the tooth. We know that.
I'm shocked, man.
I will say this one.
Logan
Hall, a little bit of a disappointment. Joe Tryon Smith, or Shrenka,
Yeah.
disappointment. Kalijah Cansey, been okay. Nothing special, excuse me. I'm puzzled by this one. This
Yeah,
is
and look, when it comes down to the player Mekabuka, he is just solid. I think he has one of the highest floors when it comes down to players in this draft. He just does his job efficiently.
I almost want
Okay.
to change my grade to an F because it's just so puzzling. He's not a bad player. It's just
Yeah.
the
Well, that's
fit
the
don't
thing though.
make
I don't feel like
sense.
it's gonna bust. Like I don't feel like it's gonna hurt him necessarily where you pick a guy like this and he can bust. I have a hard time thinking that Mekabuka is gonna be a disappointing player. It's just really it's a luxury pick, you know? It's a luxury pick. You're double dipping on the offensive side. You want to give Baker another option. But hey, they got a lot of offensive weapons, man. When you look at it, they got Godwin, they got Bucky Irving, Mike Evans, McMillan, they
Kate
got
Otten,
Abuka now, they got Kate Otten. So they're gonna be loaded on the offense,
yeah.
dude.
And he does a lot of the little stuff right. Good blocker, doesn't mind getting dirty, doesn't mind not getting the ball for long stretches.
Yeah.
He's going to help their team out. It's just, I
I
don't
know a
know.
lot of teams are pissed off because they're kind of hoping the way that the draft was going, like, hey, maybe Abuka can fall to the second. And he doesn't. He winds up going 19 to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
And
Wow.
the Denver Broncos can get the running back of the future if they
I
want it.
think here comes Amari.
But here's Sean Payton. He's never really invested much into running backs. Hasn't really drafted receivers high either. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Sean Payton just took a defensive player. Maybe it's Mike Green.
A trade to look at right here. The Steelers are the pick after Denver. If you're playing the Shador odds,
The Browns definitely have enough ammo to move back up to 20,
maybe
but I don't see it happening.
maybe a team trades up and gets Shador, Jackson Dart. Here, let me show you guys our receiver rankings.
Oh yeah, let me update the big board too. I forgot to do that.
So I had Emeka Buka at number 5 receiver.
Your 64th player on your board, by the way.
Yeah. Max had Emeka Buka higher. He had him at 4. So did I have Emeka Buka at 4? No, I had Emeka Buka at 5. So Max had Emeka.
Wow, Luther Bird, not the second receiver taken. Little surprising. Is this the first receiver taken since Ted Aroa?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm kind of shocked that Matthew Golden has fallen this far to the fact that Emeka gets picked before him.
Let me see the receivers one more time. Where did I have Matthew Golden? I can't remember. Was it 6 or 7?
You had Matthew Golden at 6, I believe.
You had him at 3, right?
Yes.
I'm not really surprised because I didn't really. I'm not surprised at all. Honestly, I won the draft just by getting Tyler Booker to the boys. Yeah.
Yeah, he had Golden at 6.
Damn. I guess Travis Hunter don't count, bro.
I'm shocked. That one caught me off guard, man.
I absolutely agree.
But hey, maybe they feel a lot higher about Mekabuka. You know, everyone's projecting him to be this just solid guy. And they obviously love him to the point where they're gonna pick him with other receivers on their roster.
Mike Evans could have been like, "Hey, this is my last year. I'm just not going to tell anybody." And yeah,
maybe. Okay, Denver here, 20th pick.
I would think Omari and Hampton's in the running, and I would also think a defensive player. I don't think it's going to be a receiver. I think the Chargers could be licking their lips for like a Matthew Golden or Luther Burden.
I think it could be Matthew Golden here, honestly.
I don't think so, Juan. I don't think Sean Payton.
That's who we had in our mock. We had Matthew Golden going to the Broncos. Obviously, the board was a lot different then because, you know, guys like Will Johnson weren't there. Some tackles were there. Amari and Hampton wasn't there. But I can definitely see Matthew Golden here. I can see them not really believing in Cortland Sutton. They have a bunch of number 2 guys. And Sean Payton, I think he'll love a guy like this because they picked a guy in Chris Olave once upon a time. So, you know, Matthew Golden here wouldn't surprise me.
This is going to be a very interesting pick to kind of determine. The next 2 picks are kind of shift the draft. They could go Jahad Campbell, maybe.
What if the Chargers went
who?
Matthew Golden?
I wouldn't mind that. They definitely need
I think the
people.
Chargers are in play for Omari and Hampton too. I would hate
No, I don't think
life.
the Chargers are. They just signed Najee and they have Gus Bus, and
Yeah.
obviously I think he'd be a much bigger upgrade than Najee Harris.
Like you said, a lot of these running backs, though, they're not, you know, alpha guys. You would like them splitting carries with somebody. So maybe Najee's that guy.
I just think their skill set's a little bit. I mean, he's at a
Little
higher
similar.
level. It's too similar. It's kind of like bruisers more than like home run. Like a Trayvon Henderson would go well with Najee, you know?
Green Bay, man, I can't believe Will Johnson is falling this far. The medicals have to be terrible.
Absolutely, I agree.
Absolutely terrible. The tape is amazing. Will Johnson as a player, he's a dog, bro. Everything checks out with him on film.
Waiting to get the pick. They still don't have it. If anyone's got it, let me know.
Pick is in. So far, we got Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Will Campbell.
Got it. Got the
pick?
pick. Got the
All right.
pick.
Pick is in, guys.
The Denver Broncos are gonna do a better job of guarding. Ugh. The Denver Broncos are gonna pick Jahdae Barron out of Texas. Wow, he fell, but man, they got a hell of a football player.
Yeah.
He is the Brian Branch for this defense. They don't need him to be an alpha corner. I don't think they need him to play outside either way. They have Riley Moss. They have the Defense Player of the Year, Patrick Surtain. This is a great pick. This is great value. This is an A+ pick for me. Jahdae Barron is a playmaker. He's not an island corner. He's not somebody who's just gonna, hey, we need you to guard Tyreek Hill. No, he's gonna tough nosed, flies around the field, plays with kind of like a safety, and that's where he's gonna provide value. And this versatility, I love the pick. They need secondary help. I like it. Juan, what do you think?
Yeah, it's a great pick. It makes sense on why they didn't want to pick a guy like Will Johnson because he's more of that outside corner, and they already had that obviously with Patrick Surtain
Riley Moss too, yeah.
and Riley Moss. So, like Max said, he's gonna play the Brian Branch role, and he's gonna fly around in this defense. This is the one of the perfect spots for Jahdae Barron because he's not gonna be asked to play the number one receiver. Patrick Surtain's job is that.
Correct.
So this is definitely scary. It's scary for a team like the Raiders because I feel like this is a Brock Bowers stopper right here. This is a guy that's going to be on Brock Bowers a lot. And even if he's not, maybe this can move Patrick Surtain, be like, hey, you're guarding Brock Bowers this play and let Jahdae Barron get the other guy, the lesser receiver. So I love it. A+. As much as I hate the Broncos, they got a hell of a player right here, and I think they smacked the hell out of this pick. The value fits. Love it. Love it.
He's a dynamic player.
Yes.
Really good pick.
Yeah.
He fell. He was my 15th player.
Yeah.
Fell all the way down to 20, which isn't a big fall, but a slight fall. Broncos. I feel like I was kind of on it one about them not falling in love with, something flashy. Sean Payton doesn't always draft flashy.
Trying to look for Jahdae Barron.
No, you're good. I already updated it. He was your 15th player, I think.
Okay.
Let me check.
Oh, I see him. 16.
16.
Yeah.
Oh, I got the pick. Oh, my.
All right. Pick is in.
The Pittsburgh Steelers. I just want to double check. I saw and I want to double check. What the hell was it? They're going to go Derek Harmon.
The fall for Shador continues. All right, Derek Harmon, hell of a player.
Absolutely. Wow.
I love this pick because they already had the big guy in Keanu Benton. So
Cameron Hayward's getting long in the tooth. This is your heir apparent.
yeah.
He's a big pain in the butt to stop guys. He's strong at the point of attack. He looks like Michael Bennett because he wears these small little shoulder pads, but he's explosive. He moves people, heavy-handed. I know you loved him. Tell me what you loved. I give it a B+ pick.
Yeah. I love Derek Harmon a lot, dude. My pro comparison for him was a Leonard Williams. And I think it's a good switch up for the Steelers. You know, they get a guy that burst off the line. His twitchiness is ridiculous. I love the motor, his short area quickness, ability to bend. Like he's a true mismatch, bro. And you're not gonna ask this guy to play zero technique. Like that's not his game. Okay. His his hips and his flexibility when it comes to finishing the sack is what really like his con is. He had so many issues with just getting the quarterback down on the ground. And if he can do that at a consistent rate, I have confidence that he's going to be a hell of a player. And he's a dog, bro. Like I love his mentality on the field. He fits a Pittsburgh Steeler to the max, bro. So love the pick. I'm gonna give it an A minus because I really love the player here, and I'm gonna give myself a pat on the back because I love Derek Harmon. You love Derek Harmon too, though, right? What did you have him
I
rank?
think he was my third D tackle.
Let's look at our rankings.
Third or fourth, I believe. I will say this too, just to build up the Shador thing. A team is going to come up to get him now. No team that's picking will draft him. Someone's going to have to trade up.
Yeah, you had Derek Harmon as your number 2. So
Oh, I did. Oh, wow. Yeah. I thought I wanted on a 2.
I had him 3.
I'm sorry.
All right, so I had Derek Harmon at 3. Obviously, I like Alfred Collins just a little bit better. They have the same grade for me. It's just really I like Alfred Collins' versatility just a little bit more because I think he can play in the inside a little bit better. But Pittsburgh, man, they don't go quarterback. They don't go to flashiness. Mike Tomlin obviously didn't love Shador Sanders all that much.
Or they just think we have a plenty chances to come up and get him.
Yeah. And I think that's it for Shador, unless somebody trades up in from the second round.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
It's a wrap.
That's it. Yeah, no one's picking him. We got the Chargers, Packers, Vikings, Texans, Rams, Baltimore, Detroit, Washington, Buffalo, KC, and Eagles. No one's picking them. The only team that's got a microscopic chance is the Rams, in my mind.
Yeah.
That's it. But I don't think they would do that. I think they're in win now mode, and let's just get to that point when we get to it. Who cares?
Right.
It's Shador Sanders, like nightmare continues.
Yeah.
And that's why he didn't go to the draft. I'm sure he kind of had an idea.
Yeah, and the NFL had an idea too.
Absolutely. I still push back on the narrative. There's too much negativity about Shador. They were just pumping narratives.
You want to take a look at our stream, Max?
Yeah, is it kind of wavering?
I just want to make sure that we didn't get like kicked or something.
I got it right now.
Is it up?
Yeah, it's up.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure. All right. Derek Harmon to the Pittsburgh Steelers. A couple guys on the board. Obviously, the biggest one, Will Johnson, still on the board. Nick Scorton, still on the board. Jahad Campbell, still on the board. Malachi Starks, Alfred Collins, James Pierce, Mike Green. Who's going to get Mike Green?
I feel like if the Eagles
Detroit. Yeah, he'll obviously fit better with Philly.
A lot of these teams need edges in front of the Eagles, though, I would say. The Chargers could desperately use a new edge after cutting Joey Bosa.
And then Matthew Golden falling. Everyone thought he was going to go early.
I'm kind of pat yourself on the back on that one. We were both kind of right.
Yeah.
I feel like these last 3 picks, they're taking every bit of that 10 minutes. Will Johnson falling. Does Will Johnson get past the Chargers?
Yeah, I think so.
Jim Harbaugh, Michigan guy? If it's not now, I don't know when it is.
Who do they have at corner? They don't got no one special, huh?
Christian Fulton.
Yeah, that pick doesn't make sense, Max.
I'll tell you right now. Tarheeb Still, who I know they like. Benjamin St. Juice, Cam Hart, Dante Jackson. Dante Jackson's not playing nickel. That's not it. I would be thinking this is a prime spot for Will Johnson. My number 4 player is just falling in the draft because obviously medicals.
Yeah, the tape is amazing. Dak wants me to unmute so he can hear me chewing. ASMR.
Dak, if you're still here, the Niners picked the one guy Joey did not want them to pick.
Dak, what do you think of Tyler Booker?
I think Dak told me he'd be happy with like a guard and not like something stupid like a pass, like a receiver. Where the hell is this pick? Is it in? No.
Not yet.
Still got time.
All right, checking out those medicals. Get a doctor on the line. Said he loves the Cowboys pick.
I would too. Nothing so far, one.
I don't think they go offensive line.
No, they did that last year.
And they improved it
Now
even more.
Now is the time to do something a little flashy.
They added Dante Jackson. I think that Will Johnson pick makes sense, Max.
They could use a corner.
The
Michigan.
more that you think about it, it just makes sense. Just the whole Michigan ties with him and Harbaugh.
Yeah, absolutely. Malachi Starks was falling.
Not surprising. Not surprising at all.
Who's the next corner taken? If it's not Will Johnson, after Will Johnson, I mean. If it's not Will Johnson, like, does anyone jump
Nobody.
Will Johnson?
Nobody.
Maxwell Hairston?
No. Because Benjamin Morris has the same thing, medical issues. That's my only first round grade I have with corners besides Will Johnson.
I think Shador Sanders is going to look
So
back.
Jacksonville doesn't have a second round pick this year anymore, right?
No, they traded, unless they have something else, but they don't have theirs. They traded 36. I think if you ask Shador Sanders, I think Shador Sanders kind of, he was wrong when he didn't participate at the combine and throw and do other little things. That's all. I don't agree with all the interview stuff because I don't know him, but come on. All right, I guess
You said who the Niners got. The Niners drafted Michael Williams, edge out of Georgia, Dak.
the one guy Joey did not want. Like, legitimately.
Joey's very upset.
He deserves it.
I wouldn't be, though. I wouldn't be upset at all. Here come the whack-ass Chargers picking. God, I hate this team.
I saw a video where they had like the fans, and this guy didn't know anybody. I was like, geez. Tough look for my guy. Can we get the pick? And now I feel like it's slowing down because now teams are just like, I don't think any team's gonna run their pickup. Honest, yeah.
Is that Mike Green?
That's Will Johnson. If Will Johnson falls past here, I mean, Green Bay could use a corner. Jair Alexander's, the writing's been on the wall for how long now?
Yeah.
Anything? Nobody?
I'll tell you one thing. I have a hard time thinking that if Will Johnson gets past the Chargers, does he even go in the first round?
The Rams could pick him. The Rams could desperately use a corner.
Yeah, but it's like if Jim Harbaugh doesn't like him.
I agree. That is sound. They're taking their sweet time. Well, they already sent.
I hope they don't get Will Johnson.
They already sent their pick in.
I really don't want Will Johnson, dude.
Yeah, make the pick, asshole. Yeah. Damn, Andre James and Mekhi Becton. Their O-line set. Their O-line is set. Yeah. It's Will Johnson. It's got to be. Well, he's gonna call him and say, "Hey, you waited long enough. I'm gonna bring you home." Type shit. Wow, 10 seconds?
No, I was about to say. I thought you said wow because of the pick.
No, are they gonna pick?
What's the shocker pick here?
I don't know.
They let that bitch run all the way down.
Yeah, I know. Someone has the pick. Come on, we gotta have it. Got the pick. The Chargers are picking Omarion Hampton with the 22nd overall pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. That's a shock. I don't like this pick. Kind of. He's a good player, but I just don't get it, Juan.
I'm scared. I love this player. He's my seventh best overall player in this draft on my big board.
He's my number 9. I just don't like it because you just paid Najee Harris, you just paid a running back, and now we're gonna
but that money's not gonna be all that much.
I agree,
but it's running back money.
They really need a corner.
Najee Harris is not all that good of a running back. I had the idea when the pick for that's what first popped up is the Omarion Hampton. I just feel like the teams see what we see. This player is elite, and this is one of the marquee players of the draft, and it's hard to have a need like that at running back and pass up on a guy in Omarion Hampton. I understand that, maybe Najee Harris and him have the same running style, but at the end of the day, Omarion Hampton is going to be the lead role.
Yeah, he's a different tier than Najee Harris. And like as a prospect goes, he breaks tackles, he's physical, can be a 3-down workhorse. He's a great player. I'm going to give this pick a B+. He's my 9th overall player. You get tremendous value. But there is more to the draft than just getting the value because I think it's a crowded running back room. Obviously, he's going to be the lead back. I just think they could have used a corner or an edge.
I think obviously the Will Johnson medicals are not.
They have to be horrible.
And that's horrible. If Jim Harbaugh doesn't want to pick his Michigan guy, I'm going to give this pick an A. I love Omarion Hampton, and I feel like he's going to fit Jim Harbaugh's mentality to a T. They're going to run the hell out of the football. They want multiple running backs. You know, how does Detroit?
They were already running the hell out of the football.
And they had 2 guys last year. They had J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards. So, A grade. And I'm scared shitless. I'm a Raider fan, so I think this guy's going to dominate. He's going to absolutely dominate, bro. Kind of crazy. 2 AFC West teams pick running backs in the first round, Chargers and Raiders. But love the kid out of North Carolina. He has contact balance. He runs hard as hell. He wants to run through your face. He has enough speed to take it to the house. He reminds me a lot of a guy like Josh Jacobs, a really physical runner, has enough shakes to juke you out. Love the pick, man. I think the Chargers did really good with this one. It really fits their identity to a T.
Green Bay. Where will Green Bay go?
He said
this pick kind of gives me like Buck vibes because it's like you already had good receivers. Why get another one? But he is a really good player. We ending it on TikTok?
No, Dak said that it's like freezing. So I'm just gonna restart it. There we go. Let's see if that fixes things, Dak. All right, guys, we're hitting
It's getting
that
slow.
stretch. This little seventh inning stretch. It feels like Green Bay's on the clock. Draft is in Green Bay. Shout out to Playa.
I don't think they are going to be doing anything flashy.
Is that Rondé Barber or is that Tiki Barber?
I thought that was Louis Riddick. I only saw it for a second though. So the hometown team.
Who they go?
I'm really not sure.
They have Rashawn Gary.
Preston Smith's getting a bit long in the. Lucas Van Ness has been a little bit of a
Underwhelming.
correct. Deontay Wyatt too.
I'll tell you one thing. Will Johnson makes a lot of sense for them because they've been talking about the Jair Alexander a lot as far
for
as
2 years now.
Yeah. So maybe they can get that piece.
It could be Josh Simmons. No, they just drafted Jordan Morgan. I don't. Jordan Morgan was pretty bad, but
I don't feel like they go Malachi Starks. They have a bunch of safeties. They got Xavier McKinney, so
still
he's
got
off the
you
board.
got Nick Gordon, you got James Pierce, you got Ezraku.
What about Jahad Campbell?
I think Edgerrin Cooper is good. I don't think you need to
Yeah, Edgerrin Cooper's solid.
You could do Maxwell Hairston, Jacob Parrish.
Well, if it's a receiver, Matthew Golden,
Aaron Rodgers. It could be Malachi Starks.
No.
Who's their other safety?
Evan Smith.
Oh yeah.
And they just drafted a guy last year.
Yeah, that one guy.
Out of Georgia.
USC, right? Was it Bullard?
Jonathan Bullard. No, he's Georgia.
Yeah, the Texans got the other kid.
Caden Bullock.
Yeah.
And they got Nate Hobbs.
Well, he's a bum.
Cap. Why you gotta be a hater, Max?
You taught me. They're gonna take every bit.
I think they're gonna kick. I see receiver. If the medicals don't check out with Will,
maybe
I see a receiver.
Maybe he falls. They lost Eric Stokes.
Yeah, he's a Raider now.
Ugh. I swear they were so good at drafting tall corners that were like good for 1 year, then just got hurt and just trash. Who was the one they got from Washington, the big corner? Kevin King. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see, man. I think
it makes you feel better the next one.
I think it's Matthew Golden. I think it's a receiver regardless. Luther Burden, Matthew Golden.
Everyone who said that Tavion Wicks was better than Jaden Reed, suck it.
Shocker pick, Harold Fannin. I'll be hype.
Eagles are trying to trade up with the Packers. Per source.
Who is that for?
I don't know. Mike Green,
James
Nick
Pierce.
Gordon, James Pierce, Will Jansen.
Shit, what if it's for Alfred Collins?
What if I hit you?
Would you be mad if you guys got Alfred Collins?
No, not really. I like it. I think there's better players. I'd rather go edge than interior guy, but
I think if it's for any player, it's Mike Green.
Yeah. Especially if the off the field stuff kind of is what's tanking him, and you go to the Eagles who have no problem, no, I don't think that. No, Howie won't draft Mike Green. He said that we're not going to draft people. With like
still doing it.
Maybe my phone's cooked.
100%.
How hot is my phone? It's like burning.
No,
it's
not that bad.
I don't think we'll get a pick ran up to the board the rest of the draft. Everyone's going to be taking their time. This is like the real part of the draft where it's just like wheeling and dealing and blah, blah, blah. And we're never going to make the pick. Got the pick.
Pick is in, guys.
It is, as you said, when they're going receiver. The streak is over. Matthew Golden going to play in Green Bay. Wow.
All right. Matthew Golden, 5'11", 191 pounds, ran a 4.29. I know a lot of people have controversy about how fast he really is. Look, I love Matthew Golden. He's my third wide receiver in this draft. And I think the Packers got a hell of a player. They have a bunch of, receivers on their roster. You know how much we love Jaden Reed, but Christian Watson, a guy that's always getting hurt.
He's done for probably a big part of the year, and
Yeah.
this is the speed element coming back without Christian Watson.
Yes.
I think he's a more complete prospect coming out than probably Christian Watson was, but I do have my reservations about him. I don't really feel like the speed on tape was his 4.29. He's probably got 4.4 speed. He's got plenty of speed, right? He'll get behind some guys in the NFL. Yeah. But overall, this to me, there's better guys. Luther Burden to me is a better receiver, and I'm not sold on him. I still like Alec Eomanor more, but I do like this. They desperately needed a wide receiver, and they needed a quick one, and he's probably the best version of that that's still available.
Yeah,
I give this pick a C+.
I give it an A. You know how much I love Matthew Golden, and I think he goes to a great spot. He's going to be with LaFleur. He's going to be with Jordan Love,
Jaden
Reed. He's gonna explode in that.
Sorry,
offense.
Aaron Rodgers. No first round picks for you.
First time, and I think ever.
Javon Walker was the last one.
Javon Walker was the last wide receiver drafted in the first round. So, maybe we got to have the draft in Green Bay every year, because that's when they'll draft a receiver in the first round. But love the pick. Give it an A. Matthew Golden. He's one of the best route runners in this draft, in my personal opinion. And he comes up big when it matters. The college football playoffs. Every big third down, every big catch, it came from Matthew Golden.
He got better as the year went on, which I did appreciate about his game. And one, I just wanted to give you an update. Will Johnson is slipping because of late first round because long-term concerns about his knee.
Wow.
His knee
ligament damage, maybe?
Correct. Or what other corner? Somebody had knee concerns one year. I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was the NBA. I can't remember something. So Minnesota's up. This could be a prime spot for a corner. I don't think they'll double dip edge. Maybe Jahad Campbell. What?
I would love Jahad Campbell here.
For the Vikings?
Yeah.
When did you become such a Vikings?
I just think I think almost like any defender that's like Jahad Campbell, Jahdae Barron, guys that are just can play everywhere. What better place than playing for Brian Flores? That's how I feel. It's like he's gonna find a spot for them, and he's gonna do amazing. I would like Jahad Campbell here. I think that would be a hell of a pick, but I don't think they go receiver. They got Jalen Naylor. They got Justin Jefferson. Running back, who they got our running back? They don't really have nobody.
Vikings, Aaron Jones.
They have Aaron Jones.
What running backs worked it right here? Quinshon Judkins,
Travion Henderson. Minnesota. We're talking about this on our mock draft. They're stacked at the defensive line.
Yeah, especially, and they had Dallas Turner just on ice last year, really.
But I mean, you can never have enough of those guys. So maybe they get fancy and they go like, fuck it, we messed up on the Dallas Turner pick. Let's get James Pierce. Let's get Mike Green.
I don't think they messed up on Dallas Turner. I think they were just coming along slowly.
Yeah,
it'd be crazy to punt.
But if they pick an edge, I'm telling you right now, they feel like they messed up on that pick if they pick edge.
Maybe. They got Jonathan what's his name? Bullard. Jonathan Bullard?
For a D tackle?
No, the edge they have. The one from Houston they got.
Oh,
what's his name?
Yeah.
Is it Bullard?
No, it's not Bullard.
Here I go. I think I'm right. I don't know.
Danielle Hunter and
no, Danielle Hunter left. Jonathan Greenard.
Greenyard.
Greenard, yeah. Name. They got plenty of edge.
Matthew Golden. I like his suit. Fits the gold.
Yeah. Sorry, Cowboys.
Got a mariachi out there,
mariachi?
Bro?
Is he part Mexican? Nobody told us? Yeah, you need those lights at 10 o'clock at night. Or 11 o'clock at night. That's crazy. It's 11 over there. Damn, it must suck to live on the East Coast for sports. Wow. Got the pick for the Vikings.
Pick is in for the Minnesota Vikings.
They're going to help out their young quarterback and draft a guard. Donovan Jackson out of Ohio State University. Sorry, the Ohio State University. I like this pick for
Yeah.
them. He's an ass kicker. JJ McCarthy's desperately going to need help going forward. Look, he was redshirted last year. He tore his labrum. He didn't really get the chance to play. This guy, Donovan Jackson, he's a guard. He played some tackle when Josh Simmons got hurt. And you know what? He went to war with Abdul Carter. And sure, did he give up a couple of sacks? But I like the guy, Juan. I think he's powerful, well built. I think he's going to be an NFL guard for a long time. He's going to solidify that line. Now look at their line: Darisaw, him, Will Fries, Ryan Kelly, Brian O'Neill. That's a stout O line. You know Kevin O'Connell wants to run the ball regardless.
Yeah.
This is a great pick.
And
Really
look,
good pick.
they have great running backs in the second round that they're gonna, target, or even third round, even sixth round with this draft. But I love the pick. I'm gonna give it an A. You wanna protect the young kid from Michigan, JJ McCarthy, and Donovan Jackson. He has a lot of versatility to him. Like, at the end of the day, you want him in at guard. But I think the Vikings learned from last year with the Christian Darisaw injury in the season.
Yeah,
It derailed their season a little bit. It was a
exactly.
big difference, and it showed in that Rams game. So if there's a case where it does happen a lot in the NFL where your offensive line is being shuffled due to injuries throughout the year, you have a guy like Donovan Jackson where you can be like, hey, we need you to play tackle for about 4 weeks right now because Christian Darisaw went out. I have confidence he can do that.
He's your 32nd player. He was my 50th, but although it is a little bit early for him, he's a kick-ass guard, and they desperately needed guard help. They didn't need a tackle one. They need a guard.
Yeah.
I'm going to give this pick a B. It's a little early, but this really solidifies their O-line.
Yeah.
And especially for their young quarterback, too. It's more about that, too. It's not just,
And there was really nobody on the board that was worthy of
no, it would have
not
been,
going the safe route.
I think it would have been early for whoever they picked if they picked
Yeah.
a corner or a safety.
Yeah. Because I think
I'm kind of surprised they didn't go Malachi Starks because he could have been the Javon Holland. But Malachi Starks is falling.
yeah, I wouldn't consider he's falling though.
mean,
It's not shocking. It's the safety position. These teams always mess up with
So
the
Kyle
safeties.
Hamilton was arguably a top 3 player in the draft, and he fell to 15. And this guy
Right.
was a mid-round pick, and he's going to fall to probably
He's gonna go in the second. He's gonna be a second.
Kansas City. Watch Kansas City get their hands on him.
Oof, man.
He'd be perfect for that Spag defense.
Yeah.
So let's just go with this. What team is going to trade up?
Well, if anyone's trading up, it's for
Shador
an edge
or Shador?
or Shador. I doubt it's
Just for
Shador.
the fifth. No, not right here. I'm saying if someone's going to trade up, like
I think it's Cleveland. I think it's New York.
because if I'm Cleveland, I'll throw in a 5th round pick to Philly or a 4th round pick just to get the 5th year option.
As much as I hate to say it, but you got to keep an eye on Vegas because Geno Smith is not going to be there all that long. So
What, 2 years max?
yeah, if they want to get crazy, maybe you get the 5th year option and you trade up to the first
Oh
round.
my God, Josh Simmons is staring Houston in the eye. Like, hey, bro, you just traded Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah.
Would you like to draft me?
Let's take a look at our big board. Let's see what players are on the board so far. Okay, so we have Will Johnson, of course. We got Nick Scorton, Jahad Campbell, Quinshawn Junkins, Malachi Starks, like Max was talking about, Alfred Collins, Mike Green, James Pierce, Jonah Savayanea, Travion Henderson, Josh Simmons. You got
Golden just got picked.
Golden got picked. You got Luther Burden still, Jack Sawyer, Tyleek Williams, Darius Alexander, Trey Harrison. Shavon Ravel. Maybe a team wants to get him. Maybe he sneaks into the first round. Who else? Ezrie,
Donovan Ezraku?
No, the tackle from Minnesota.
Oh, Irsay?
Irsay. Maybe a team wants to take a chance on him. Other than that, Josh Connerly. He's a guy that can be in this first round.
A lot of talk of him going late in the round, and
Yeah.
blah 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 and stuff.
Emory Jones, maybe. I seen some mocks with Emory Jones in there, as crazy as that
Yeah,
sounds.
dude, he kicked Oregon's ass, man.
Yeah.
They low key took Derek Harmon. They just were lighting in the ass.
Yeah, there
Oregon.
hasn't really been a pick where it's like, oh my God, I had a second round grade on that guy.
Yes, there is.
Who?
You had a second round grade on Jalen Walker
Yeah.
and Michael Williams.
Yeah, but I'm saying.
Oh, trade.
Oh.
Giants to 25.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna have to deal with Shador Sanders the rest of my life. I don't think this is for Shador Sanders. Jackson Dart.
I mean, who else is it for other than a quarterback?
F it, another edge.
No. They're not gonna pick a receiver.
Dude, Joe's Scone or whatever his name is, Sowen. He's like, if I'm getting fired, I'm going out with.
And they got Illuminor. They got Illuminor, and they got They got
Evan Neal's still there kicking.
No, they
rocks.
got the other tackle though.
Andrew Thomas.
They got Andrew Thomas.
Dude, like I'm saying, Joe Scone and Daybar, like if we're going out, we ain't going out giving these boys picks. We taking this shit.
What if they go Will Johnson? Will Johnson or a quarterback?
I think it's quarterback. Let's see.
I hope it's Shador. I'm really hoping it's Shador.
He'll be crying. He gonna go cry in the car. The Rams might have their pick of.
But yeah, like I was saying with the.
Go ahead.
I'm saying like a Patriots a couple years ago kind of guy. Like where we had him like super low. Like I had
like Cole Strange.
Yeah, like I had Walker as a second round, but I had him as
or like when the Eagles took Marcus Smith.
Exactly. Like we haven't had a pick like that.
What do you think that compensation was
for the Giants?
For the Giants, they fell from 33, 34, 35.
I would have to think it's a third rounder this year.
I think it's a second next year, maybe.
That's a rich.
The Texans went all the way out.
They didn't jump that far.
They jumped 10 picks. They went from 35 to 25. Like they didn't.
I don't think that's a second rounder next. I'll be shocked. Joey is saying that it's Dart. Check on that, Max.
I'm looking right here. Nothing yet. I'm looking at all the people who.
It's Jackson Dart.
It is Jackson Dart. Wow.
All right, pick is in.
Shador Sanders is getting freaking humbled.
The New York Giants trade up back in the first round to the 25th pick, and it's Jackson Dart out of Ole Miss.
They're going to trade pick 34, a 2025 third round pick, and then a 6th round pick to get Jackson Dart.
So look, Jackson Dart, there's a lot of ties that he has to a lot of people in New York, more than Shador. So it doesn't surprise me in that aspect. You know, the fact that they went in the first round, it makes sense because they want that 5th-year option. So it's not crazy. I don't think it's a reach, but I love them in the second round. But hey, you got to get that 5th-year contract, you know, so that makes sense. As far as the player goes, I just think Shador Sanders is better. Okay. It's not by a wide margin, but I like Sanders better. And Jackson Dart is a guy where he's very scheme. He is scheming. He comes from a Lane Kiffin offense in Ole Miss where it's a lot of gimmies. It's a lot
RPOs.
A lot of RPOs, a lot of screen game. So I don't absolutely love the pick. And he's going to be throwing to guys like Malik Neighbors. So, you know, he's going to have some elite guys. You got Brian Dable, which once upon a time was a big reason why that Josh Allen is succeeding in the NFL right now. So I'm going to give it a B- because I don't love it. I really don't. And
you're being nicer than me. I'm giving this pick a C. I think it's way too early. I really want to know who was going to come up and go get him. He's my 72nd player on my board. I think Shador Sanders is a much better prospect than him. I think his touch was better. And Jackson Dart, like you said, he comes from the Lane Kiffin where let's just make it easy as possible. Now, the one thing of this trade I do like is Brian Daboll is a quarterback whisperer. I know it's been rough sledding in New York, but let's not forget his first year there, what they do. They went to the playoffs, won a playoff game with Daniel Jones. He gets hurt. Horrible. So I don't love the pick. I understand it. I don't even say I like it. I just think it's way too early for Jackson Dart, and I think it should be Shador Sanders.
Yeah, it's tough, man. We'll see how Jackson Dart does, man. The Giants front office and head coaching staff,
Th-
everyone in that
They're
building,
using them picks.
fire to their ass, dude. Really,
Yeah.
it's make it or break it. And honestly, I would like to have my chips on the Shador Sanders kid, man, rather than Jackson Dart. I would throw my chips on the table for him rather than Jackson.
To be honest, I really don't see like another position worth trading up for. Like as much as I love Will Johnson, if the medicals were that bad,
Yeah.
Josh Simmons could have been cool.
Let's look at our quarterback rankings, Max.
Yeah,
You got Jackson Dart 3,
Yeah.
Shador Sanders 2.
I think you were the exact same as me.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh man. How much of a shocker if that would have been Jalen Marrow.
That would have been insane. I think Jalen Milrow is going to fall in this draft, maybe to the 3rd round.
You know what though?
Hold on. Atlanta just traded.
Wow.
They came up.
Who they pick in the first pick.
Jalen Walker.
So
It's
not an edge. Who's it for?
Will Johnson?
Malachi Starks.
Malachi Starks.
Who else is there?
Mike Green.
Man, do they really double dip like that?
I don't know.
That's kind of insane.
You know they went quarterback last year, right?
Yeah.
Who traded with them? Who's supposed to be picking right here? Who's supposed to be 26? Look on your order real quick. Oh, no,
Luther
sorry.
Burden?
The Rams traded out.
Luther Burden?
That's such a stupid pick, man. They don't need more receivers, man. They got Drake London. They got Pitts. They got Bijan Robinson. Wow.
I mean, it was Daryl Mooney. That was their second guy.
Yeah, but you don't need a receiver. You don't need Luther Burden. You need to help this defense, dude. If you can't win with the offense they have now, like, come on.
Gotta hope they pick quarterback.
Should tour. That'd be so sick.
Dion
probably.
I'll be like, I'm convinced that the Falcons are just like playing Madden at this point, and they're just like, we don't care. We're just.
I would think what's like Dion's got dirt on Arthur Blank. It's like, oh, dude, hey, I'm gonna need a favor.
Man,
the picks happened later than I thought they would.
Yeah. Wow, I'm really interested to see where Atlanta goes. What's the compensation for Atlanta?
I haven't even got to that report. I'm still looking for it.
Joey said that the Rams maybe got pissed off that Jackson Dart got picked, and that's why they traded down. They picked their guy.
Maybe they did. The price wasn't much to pay.
What was it again?
A 3rd and a 4th, basically.
This year, right?
Yeah, and then they moved back to the 2nd round.
I called that one. I said that it was going to be a 3rd.
Cap.
Just for this year.
Yep.
Somebody said on our podcast right now that it was going to be a 2nd next year. Just saying, hold yourself accountable, Max.
Cap. The pick is in.
Oh, it might be Will Johnson. Who is it?
They picked edge out of Tennessee, James Pierce. Wow. Talking about double dip. One, if you don't mind, I'd like to take this. I love it. They got aggressive. Their defense was in shambles. They get my number 2 edge rusher. This is a guy who's got that electric first step. He play like when you watch him initially, you're like, oh, he's built like a speed rusher, but he's got way more power. He plays with the physicality, bends around the edge. You know, the motor at times can wane because I think he knew I'm gonna be a 1st-round pick, but I love it. This is a difference maker. This is a guy who is a professional edge rusher. Jalen Walker he was a combo piece. He was a linebacker sometimes, edge rusher here. But I love Atlanta's ability to double dip. A+ pick for me. You moved up. You get my number 6 player on my board at 26. What a pick. I can't believe it. I can't believe they came up for him. And I wonder what they paid. That's what I'm ditching to know what they paid.
Yeah.
I don't like it. I'm
gonna give it a C.
You gave the Niners a B for a guy.
Yeah, because that's the Niners, Max. They know how to win. That's why.
Oh my god.
Yeah, because the Falcons have showed you that they know how to run a well-oiled fucking
They
organization.
are a well-run organization.
Oh yeah, because they picked Michael Penix and then paid Kirk Cousins.
That was a bad move.
Oh, okay.
But they've been good. They act like they've been the Raiders for 10 years.
Okay. Did they even make the playoffs last year?
They got close.
Oh, they got close.
How'd
Not
you
close
guys do?
enough.
Better than you?
Oh, I hope so. Anyway,
Oh,
just because I don't like your edge player doesn't mean
you have him at 19 on your board.
yeah, but I don't like the I
There's
don't
the
like the fit.
compensation. Oh my God, they got a first round next year. Wow,
They got a second next year.
No, the Rams got the next year's first round pick.
That says second.
Look, the last one, fool.
Oh shit. Yeah, it's way too much.
That's a lot.
I'm gonna give it a D now. That's a
Oh
D.
my God, he's your 19th player.
That's a D. I'm sorry.
That's cat.
I'm giving it a D.
Hey, hey, James.
Look, the player.
He never coming on our show now.
The player. The player is fine, but you have so many other guys. You just picked Jalen Walker, so it's like what? You just picked the linebacker at
15.
15.
It's not bad.
Okay, I don't know. I don't hate it. It's not an F.
Why they gotta take my guy, man? Eagles right there at 32. Eagle, come up for this boy.
Oh well, I don't think the Eagles were willing to pay a first round pick next year.
Eagles are like, where's the Georgia guy? Who do we take?
I don't think they're willing to give up a first next year.
No, that's a hefty price.
That's crazy.
Well, where'd they move up from?
There's a world where Atlanta could be like in the top 15 next year.
I agree.
Yeah, sorry, can't write with that one. I know. I know you love the player.
They moved up 20 spots. They moved up 20 spots.
Take it away on what you love about the player, Max. Like, do you see the like double dipping aspect? Like,
yes,
do you love that?
Yes, because I think Jalen Walker might be more of a linebacker, which they desperately need. And then they desperately need an edge, and they could use two. They use two edges. They're in a win now mode. Let's go. Let's put our nuts on the table. F them picks. This is what we need to see. We can't just keep rushing Arnold DiCabiti, who can't do nothing. Let's go.
I think he did something last year, but you know, you have three guys. You got Jalen Walker. You can play all of them on the field.
I will
at
say
the
this:
same
the
time.
one thing I didn't love was that's a lot of money. Not a lot of money. That's a
lot of
lot of
compensation.
draft capital.
It is, man. I don't know. I don't know, man. And it's kind of wild that like Atlanta did it. Like I feel like the Rams found a sucker, bro. That's how I feel. If I'm looking at it from the Rams perspective, I'm like, go ahead, no brainer, take him.
I mean, I think that's a lot to pay for anyone right there.
Yeah. I don't think anyone's worth. Like, do you think James Pierce is worthy of that?
The 26th pick or that value?
Well, you're picking him at 26 and then consider that they had to jump up to get him. That's the reality. Do you like?
I don't like
that.
I like the player enough where yes, I can live with that. I can live with the future first. Because if you're thinking you're going to be good next year, who cares?
Yeah.
I hope he has 100 sacks. Probably not happening, but you know.
Man. Whenever I disagree with Max, he gets all in a little mood.
Dude, you make no sense.
I haven't.
You're 50th player. You're like, yeah, sounds good, bro. Take him at 11. You're 17.
It's
they
the
take
fit.
him at 26.
It comes down to the fit.
He fits. They need edge.
I don't think so, bro.
They don't need edge.
I don't think so.
They don't need edge.
Not an edge. They don't need them to the point where they got to give up a first rounder next year.
They desperately need an edge.
They desperately needed edge.
Who cares? You can give them next year's first. Get back in the round. You always have more first.
They just picked one. They desperately need edge. They just picked one.
You're a hater. you make your draft about your value makes no sense.
No, you just don't.
I take back everything I said. Now the Ravens are on the board. Probably going to take James Pierce.
Oh, they take Nick Scorin. And I bet you Nick Scorin is going to end up a better player than James Pierce. It's going to be like a Zay Flowers situation.
I'll stop doing the show if that happens.
I'm going to be laughing my ass off. That shit's going to be funny as hell.
Could be Donovan Ezeraku. It could be Malachi Starks.
The Ezeraku kid, I feel like he doesn't fit Baltimore.
They kind of need to go a little different. They need some like really bendy. Well, I guess they got.
What if they get Luther Bird and double dip with Zay?
Yeah, that'd be good. I don't think their receivers are holding them back. I think their defense kind of took a step back.
They got Derrick Henry. They're good at running back.
Jahad Campbell.
What about corner?
They got Nate Wiggins last year, and Marlon Humphrey's getting a little long in the tooth.
Marlon Humphrey did show some signs last year where I'm like,
Then he punched the ball, and you're like, I love you.
Yeah. But he got hurt. He was banged up last year a little bit. I would love Nick Scoring there.
Be a good pick. Love him too.
Nick Scoring or Mike Green? Hey, like my green right
Pick
here.
is in. Watch them go something like completely out of left field.
I know Detroit's happy as hell because they're gonna get one of these two edges. They're gonna get Nick Scorian or they're gonna get Mike Green.
Could be Shador.
Sanders?
I'm just gonna keep saying that for teams that make no sense. What if the Eagles took Shador? I'd cry.
If KC took Shador.
We just need someone to hold Patrick Mahomes as jockstrap.
Yeah, bro. That'd be disrespectful.
I like Shador, man. I'm with you. There he got hoed. Nothing yet. Nick Scorian's a Baltimore.
I can't believe the Rams got a first round pick next year, bro.
Remember when they used to say F them picks?
Bro, like they got a first round pick.
Hey, they're armed to move up for their quarterback of the future next year.
Like, just think about it. They got a first round pick next year for the 26th pick.
Yeah, the one thing that scares me is like,
that's crazy.
The one thing that scares me is like, what if Michael Penix just isn't the guy, and it's just like, oh no, or he gets hurt.
Joey said that. Sorry to cut you off, but he said Malachi Starks is going here.
I'm trying to get confirmation. Let me reload Twitter. He is correct. Malachi Starks is the pick.
Wow. All right.
Freaking Baltimore. I hate them.
Yeah, pick is in. And it is safety out of Georgia, Malachi Starks for the Baltimore Ravens. Max, tell me how you feel about this pick.
This is going to solidify the back end of their defense. And I think they gave up a lot of explosive plays last year. And Malachi Starks is one, high IQ, always communicating, professional safety.
Fits Baltimore.
Exactly. Now you can kind of let Kyle Hamilton do one of his rover things, or if he can come down, you don't have to worry about the back end. Because remember last year how they were struggling and then they moved him and then they brought him back. And I think they literally just waited and got the number one safety on my board. This is an A+ pick. Yeah. Baltimore just stands pat, gets good players, typical. They did the same thing with Kyle Hamilton How'd that work out? Right. When they literally just were like, we'll just wait. He's got really good instincts, and he's going to just solidify the back end of their defense. And if you need him to come in a pinch and play nickel, not a problem.
Yeah.
It's a Baltimore pick, and it's like they always do they just hit home runs.
Yeah. A+. Like I think you said it best. They stand pat and they get a great player. And Malachi Starks, he's high IQ, high character guy, fits Baltimore to a T. If Ozzie was still there, I can see Ozzie picking this guy.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So love the pick, A+. They get him at 27, and he's versatile, man. He's absolutely versatile. They're not going to have him play the Kyle Hamilton role. I don't think so. I think they're going to play him in one role. But what's so important is if Kyle Hamilton ever does go down, they're not going to miss a beat because Malachi Starks is going to be, all right, I'll fill the role. I'll play. I'll do what Kyle Hamilton was doing. So it's so valuable, man. This is probably one of my favorite picks out of the draft so far.
Absolutely. And there was like this guy we knew who said he was like worth the 3rd round pick. You're a moron. So
who was that?
Joey. But didn't they say it was like worth the compensation?
Well, it wasn't E-Man Worry.
Yeah. This is a way better player than E-Man Worry right now, and I think if you wanted traits, go with E-Man Worry. If you wanted an actual player, go with Malachi Starks.
I'm not shocked at all that E-Man Worry.
I'm shocked I'm shocked he made it this far, to be honest.
Malachi Starks?
Yeah, I thought he would have went before.
I'm not shocked just because of the
Wow,
the
that's
safety.
A nice suit. I like that.
Just because of the safety aspect. I feel like safeties always fall.
No, you're correct. Yeah. You were right on Kyle Hamilton. Wow. Detroit can really solidify their pass rush. They could go Alfred Collins if they're worried about your boy, what's his name? Ali McNeil.
Mike Green.
They could go edge.
I feel like they should go Mike
Hey, we
Green.
only got another hour left. We're going to be done like 9:20 this year.
I would love Will Johnson for the Raiders in the 2nd round, though. I can't believe Will Johnson is.
This is like when Miles Jack fell out of the 1st round.
Yeah.
Jalen Smith.
It's kind of wild.
Literally every pick one that year was like, this is Miles Jack.
Yeah.
Anyone trading up?
What if KC gets Will Johnson?
That'd be fucking.
I'll be so pissed. Yo, you know what would be a great spot? Buffalo. They need a corner.
You like that suit?
Pink one? It's all right.
I like the turtleneck. That full weighted. Is that a turtleneck? Or is that just a collared shirt? Oh no, it's collared
Nah,
shirt.
it's just collar. Purple's kind of looking weird with the
Pink, yeah.
yeah. It's not really matching.
How
He's
much you
hype.
think? How many games do you think you get suspended if you just walked up there and socked out Roger Goodell?
Yeah, he's not
Like the year?
He's not putting on an NFL uniform.
Yeah, you just banned for the league for life.
Yeah, I'm thinking Buffalo with Will Johnson. I would love that. They need an impact guy, but maybe it's like not in their nature. Like he's like too good.
Yeah, he's too high of a ceiling. We gotta get a guy who can just be Russell Douglas. Only got 4 more picks. 4 more picks, Juan. 4 more of these picks. Get the Fixins.
So we got Detroit. Like me and Max said, I think it's gonna be either Will Johnson or Mike Green or some type of rusher. Has to be. Aiden Hutchinson went down last year. They were in dire need of a second edge rusher, regardless. They were looking to give so many picks away for Myles Garrett and Max Crosby. None of those guys ended up becoming available. They signed contracts with their teams. I think it's a glaring need. They need an edge rusher.
Aiden Hutchinson's won't be back till 100%, I would say, till probably mid part of the year.
Yeah.
Or even the year after.
Yeah.
It wasn't just a broken leg, it was like a horrific injury. The Cowboys' nickname for the line is the Great Wall of Tyler.
I love that.
That's funny.
Have you texted Ahmad?
No, he's doing live. I might have to pop in tomorrow if we don't go live and be like, hey, I just want to let you know. I just want to let you know, dog. You said we were stupid. Take it back. Take it back.
Are they still on the clock? Detroit?
Yeah, I think so. There's no news. They didn't even announce the pick. Jeez Louise.
For what? Baltimore? Yeah, they have. He went up there.
Oh, they did? Yeah. I don't know why aren't they showing
like the clock?
Yeah, at least that. Starks really fits freaking.
Yeah, that's my favorite pick so far. So as far as picks go,
yes.
Who you liking besides Malachi? Because we know both love Malachi Starks to the Ravens. Who else you like?
Got the pick. Got the Lions pick.
Got the Lions pick.
I think it kind of speaks to how the health of somebody is going to be. Yeah. The Detroit Lions are going to go Tyleik Williams out of Ohio State University. Wow.
Touch early. Just a touch.
Give it an A. What do you care?
But
you don't care about value?
Let me try to find him. All right. Tyleik Williams, 6'3", 334 pounds, 32-inch arms. I would have liked an edge here, but he fits Detroit, man. He has that like mentality where he's just getting off of blocks like crazy. I've rarely seen him get pushed back. I had a lot of times where I was watching the film and I wanted to make him like my second best defense interior lineman. So I get what they're seeing on tape. It's just a touch early for me. I'm gonna give it a B+, and we'll see how it pans out, man. I would have loved to see Mike Green here.
I don't agree with this one. I don't like it at all. I think it's they needed an edge, was way too far, was too great to take this guy. If they have some inside information that Aleem McNeil might miss next year or he's really banged up, I get it. They need defensive linemen, right? I would have preferred edge. I like Mike Green. I like Nick Scorton. This guy didn't make my top 5. I thought he didn't do enough, wasn't disruptive enough. There were times where I thought he did get washed out. So this pick to me is a C-. I don't love it. I think it's too early. There are better players available, and I would have loved an edge because edge is a huge hole.
Yeah. Let's take a look at our defensive tackle list. I had Tyleik a lot higher than you. I had Tyleik as my 4th best defensive tackle in this draft. But like I said, like the grades were pretty close. Alfred Collins, Derek Harmon, Tyleik Williams. I liked all those guys, man. And Tyleik Williams he's a big boy, man. I really like to pick for Detroit. And as far as what Max goes with Tyreek, he has him a little bit lower. He has him in at 7. So he likes Darius Alexander a little bit more, who is still on the clock. Alfred Collins.
Collins, yeah.
Would you have liked Darius Alexander there?
Liked him more, but I still thought that the need for edge was too great to pass up. I'm surprised it's not an edge. I'm really surprised.
Who they have at edge?
Aiden Hutchinson? I'll tell you right now. Zach Pascal, is he still there?
I think so. They had a lot of injuries last year.
Aiden Hutchinson, Aleem McNeil, DJ Reader, Josh Pascal, Marcus Davenport.
And they got Davenport.
Yeah, no. Yeah. Levi owns Enrique. He's an inside guy. Makai Wingo. Yeah. Yeah, see, I don't.
Commanders are on the clock.
Josh Simmons. Offensive lineman Samuel Cosme.
I feel like Luther Burden would be great.
Samuel Cosme's out for the rest.
Oh, they actually got Debo Samuel.
Yeah.
They got Debo. They got Terry McLaurin.
They got the Sims kid.
How funny would it be if they went Jahad Campbell?
Why? They have 4 great linebackers. They could desperately use an edge. Cleveland Farrell, Dorrance Armstrong.
Joey said, Tyreek to the Lions, WTF.
Yep. Yeah, I could see them going an edge. Dude, Scorton's here. JT's here. Mike Green has continued to fall.
Yeah.
Like I said, guys, go back a month. Who wasn't saying he was a top? Who wasn't saying he's a top? He's just going to be a 20th pick in the draft. Everyone had Mike Green as a top 10, 15 pick. Will Johnson too.
He has Eagles written all over him.
He's not going to the Eagles. I can promise. I'd be shocked. Howie.
Oh, because Howie was so outspoken
about
his
characters.
situation.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know.
He's
I don't know.
outspoken about character. It's just the particular incident.
Yeah. Again, though we don't know all the facts, I'm not trying to say he's guilty, but I'm just saying what I know from our GM. Buffalo's going to go the most mid person.
So who's Buffalo going to get?
What if they took Quinshon Judkins and were like, F you, James Cook, we're not paying you. Travion Henderson.
Oh, man. Why wouldn't you just trade down?
Exactly. Anyone coming up for Shador? I'm shocked if he don't get picked in the first round. I'm not shocked. I'm just like...
I mean, if Nick Scorian winds up getting picked here, and then who's the other edge? Ezeraku?
Mike Green, too.
Let's see if... Yeah, but let's assume that Mike Green is not on Philly's board. So let's say Nick Scorian and Ezeraku get picked.
I don't think we'd go Ezeraku. Maybe Will Johnson.
I think at this point, Will Johnson's fallen. He's going to be a second-round player.
I wouldn't mind Josh Simmons, a future pick. But I do think our defense needs some, we need to reinvigorate them with talent.
Well, where I was going with the whole edge thing is that, assuming that Mike Green is off Philly's board and Nick Scorian and Ezeraku get picked here before them, maybe they just want to trade down because they're like, well, both of our edges got took, and maybe Cleveland trades literally one pick.
Commander's pick is in one. Did they trade with the Bills? Or no, they were picking before the Bills.
No, yeah.
They pick an offensive lineman one out of Oregon. Josh Connerly will be their pick. And I think he's going to move to guard and he's going to take over for Samuel Cosme, who's going to be out a large chunk of the year, I'd reckon.
Josh Connerly, 6'5", 311 pounds. Solid tackle out of Oregon, man. He's going to be going to Washington. Max, how do you feel?
It's really early for this guy. I didn't like him that much. I had other guys ahead of him still. I kind of like Charles Grant more than him. Yeah. I think it's early, but I get the fit. You want to protect your franchise quarterback. Samuel Cosme is going to be out. He's going to move to right guard. It's a good pick because, again, I think Jaden Daniels took a lot of punishment last year, one. And let's be real, one, how much punishment did he escape with his elite athleticism, right?
Yeah.
So I like the pick in terms of helping Jaden Daniels. Is he the best player? Is he my favorite? Is he my cup of tea? No, not really. Right. I like Jonas Savaianea more. Yeah. So I'm not in love with this one, Juan. Really not.
Yeah, I don't think the value is absolutely crazy.
I'm giving it a. I'm gonna give it an F. I don't like it.
Really.
I'll give it a D. I gotta give it a D. I really don't like this guy.
I have him. I have him at 52. So can you have got this guy in the second round? Yeah, possibly. But they obviously like him a lot. They don't like the Josh Simmons injury concerns. It's a need. Like you said, San Cosme's not going to be playing there. And they're in win now mode. And what I would say is Josh Connerly is definitely ready for the NFL right now. And he's not a developmental guy. It's just really what's the ceiling for him. So I'm not mad at it. I'm gonna give it a C plus. They're set. They have great coaching. I feel like the coaching is gonna upgrade him to a certain point as well. I love the spot that he's going. He played with a mobile quarterback with Dylan Gabriel, so he's gonna be playing with a mobile quarterback again in Jaden Daniels. So not mad at it at all. Not mad.
And he might lack ideal length, but that's where he can easily slide into guard.
Yeah.
Easily. Let's see. What were his arms at percentile wise? Well, let me get the arm. 33.5-inch arms. Not horrible. 50%, right in the middle of the road.
Yeah.
He's a good athlete. He moves good in space. It's just too early for me.
Yeah, a bunch of linemen are flying off the board in this draft.
Buffalo's going to be interesting. Jahad Campbell. Yeah, right. I'm just getting ready to be disappointed by Buffalo. How funny would it be if they literally just stuck Will Campbell right at guard?
For Patriots?
Yeah.
That'd be hilarious. And it wouldn't be shocking.
Just Peter Skoronsky 2.0.
Yeah.
Anyone coming up, you think?
Like I said, Cleveland.
Maybe Raiders or Pickens?
Maybe the Raiders. Maybe
no one else really.
New Orleans.
The Jets. I don't think the Jets would come up.
I don't think the Jets.
San Fran?
Shit, maybe the Rams. Maybe they get back in the mix. Maybe they're like, hey, let's pick Shador. I think that makes sense. That where did Jackson Dart go?
Giants.
That the Giants skipped ahead of the Rams. That the Rams really like Jackson Dart. Aren't you glad that? What if they pick E-Man Warrior? I know you're gonna be pissed.
The only thing I would like is like at least you take a swing at it, like you know. They just drafted. Who's the big one they drafted?
Because there's still 3 spots.
Did they draft Bishop or Hicks? Which one did they draft last
They drafted Hicks.
Yeah,
Bishop. Oh no, for the Bills.
Yeah.
They drafted
Cole
Bishop.
Yeah,
Hicks went to the Chiefs.
Yeah. So let's see. Let me look at my BPA right now. Will Johnson, shout out.
Yeah. Will Johnson, Jahad Campbell, Nick Scorton.
Yeah, don't do anything too risky, Buffalo. We got to make sure we lose in the playoffs this year.
Mike Green is still there.
What pick was Malachi Starks? Was he 27?
20.
I think he's 27. Ravens. Whatever you guys do, don't pick someone who could be a difference maker. Let me down easy, Buffalo.
They signed Joey Bosa.
People think like that's gonna solve it. I'm like, that's like signing Von Miller, bro. Oh, they're not going corner. They got Kristen Benford. Yeah, that's a great corner. Let's just play zone and get diced up. What about Mike Green?
I think at this point, Mike Green is falling.
Any chance he goes to the second?
Mike Green?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I tell you one thing. I think the Raiders are on the same boat as Philly. They're not going to pick him. Mark Davis has a very particular character concerns when it comes to that as well.
Not Al.
Not Al. Definitely Mark, though.
If I was Mark, I'd pick him up in the minivan and take every prospect for just that's how I'd interview him. 2 more. Dude, this is it. Good job.
Almost there. About 2 more picks.
What time's the draft start tomorrow?
It starts at 4. Usually starts an hour earlier.
Yeah. How much time's on the clock for that one? 5 minutes?
For
Second round?
I think so.
Nothing yet. Anyone knows the pick?
The second round's definitely going to be longer. It always is. Or day 2, should I say.
Yeah.
Wow, they added Lavishka Chenault.
I don't know if you.
Me and Max were talking about this on the podcast. What if they double dip? What if they get Luther?
That'd be cool. You know what I was gonna say? I saw in Baltimore they were like, they showed key like losses in 2025. They put Josh Johnson.
I think the pick is in.
I know it's in, but I'm just trying to.
I think Joey said it. I just waited for you to confirm it.
What did he say? My Twitter just stopped loading.
Will.
No.
Yeah.
No way.
That's what he's saying.
Get out of here. They would never do something that risky. If you want to go off it, I haven't found it yet. Well, we can take a minute.
Yeah.
Damn, is this pick really going to be announced? Is this kid Tommy, the Make-A-Wish kid, going to make the pick before I get it on Twitter? Wow.
Let's see what the pick is.
Twitter, come on, buddy. Thought we were friends. Nothing yet, Juan. Sorry.
Announced the pick already, dog. Sheesh. There we go. We're gonna see it on TV. They probably already know because this is definitely behind. Let me pick JPA. No, not even JPA as yet. Wow.
Maxwell Harrison. That's why we don't trust you, Joey. That's why we don't trust you, kid. Trying to sell the bag.
All right. This one makes sense. I don't like the player here, but it makes way too much sense. Okay, the Buffalo Bills in the first round, they wind up drafting Maxwell Harrison.
Hairston. What is?
I don't know. I'm trying to find his film. That's
You're
why.
tired. No, you're good. You're good. So this was finally a swing, guys. Look, he's not my highest corner, and I have guys above him, but this guy's ceiling is probably bigger than some of the guys above him. 4.28 speed. He can run with anybody. Buffalo don't have this. Buffalo don't have corners who can play man. This guy is going to be able to play man in the NFL. I love it. I love that we took a swing for a change, even though he's not my favorite cup of tea. Buffalo, I'm saying. Buffalo took a swing for a change of pace. Even though I love Siobhan Raval more, I love other guys. I'm going to do it. I'm going to kind of go against my normal thing. I'm going to go with B right here because at least you swung. At least you put your nuts on the table. Philly jumped Kansas City, by the way. But yeah, love it. Good job, Buffalo. Let's not just take the guy who can play zone good. And
I'm not that crazy about Maxwell Harrison.
I know.
I'm not. I'm not that crazy about him. I think he doesn't play the ball well in the air. I have a hard time thinking that he's like technically sound and his hips are as loose as people say. Just not a big fan of the player. I feel like he fits like a Buffalo type guy. I don't think his ceiling is all that high. I completely disagree with Max. He's my 10th best corner in this draft. So I'm going to give it a D. Just the only reason why I'm not giving it an F is because Buffalo, they make players work. You know, they fit so many guys into their scheme. Their coaching is very good. It's just like what Max said. It's like you struggle to find guys like true difference makers. And I don't think he's going to be a difference maker. I don't. I rather have picked Will Johnson. But Will Johnson obviously got the injury concerns. We'll see how it turns out for the Bills, man. He's probably going to be a solid player. He's just going to blend in with that defense.
They've swung on corners like Kyer Elam that was a complete bust. And, it kind of scares me. Like I said, I didn't love this guy. He's got one thing, though, the guy's about, like, he's got rare speed, and that rare speed can let him play man, where guys like Rasul Douglas who don't run the best or other guys. Because how many times when you just seen Jamar Chase run by their whole defense, right?
Right.
At least they went with something. That's all I'm gonna give them. Again, it's very early for me, but at least you went with someone who at least could have a high ceiling.
Where was he for you?
He was 74. It's really early. It's really early.
No,
But
I'm talking
corner list?
yeah.
Oh, I think he
I
was
got you.
8, 9. And you know what? I kind of regretted putting Azrai Thomas that high. I wish I put him even lower. Because once I found out he ran a 4.7, I wish I changed it. But I like the kid. I don't love him, but for Buffalo, God. Wow, Eagles trade up one spot for a 5th round pick. Wow.
I think this could be Will Johnson.
I don't think so. I think he's gonna fall even further.
Why wouldn't it be Will?
I think the medicals are that bad. Why wouldn't they pick
Joey's
Will?
even saying it's Will. He's saying it's Will Johnson.
It's not. I got the pick. You're an idiot, Joey. You're an idiot. No, I'm just kidding. Love you. Eagles are gonna select a linebacker out of Alabama, Jahad Campbell, baby. Let's go, baby. My God, we got the number 1 linebacker on my board. God, Howie does it again. Howie.
Yeah.
How we doing?
High level, big school, high intangibles, high IQ, high character. How do you feeling about your pick?
I love it. And then Kobe Dean is going to be down for a large part of the year, I think. Broke his patellar tendon, ruptured it, whatever. This guy can not only play linebacker one, we both saw some ability to play edge. He's kind of a chess piece. He flies all over the place. Look, he's going to have to get schooled, and he's a little raw. But like you said, when it all clicks, it's high ceiling.
Yeah.
We don't really need him, right? We don't need him to be good. Last year, we made it work with Oren Burks and Zach Bond. Zach Bond and him, that's 2 really good linebackers. And I think it is a little bit of Zach Bond insurance because Zach Bond's only going to be there, I think, 2 more years, maybe 3 if we get lucky. I love it. A+ pick. Let's go.
Yeah, it's A+
Fly, Eagles,
pick.
fly. We do it again.
Howie Roseman, willing and dealing.
Howie.
Yeah, it's a great pick. They got the best linebacker. They got a guy that's really high on my board. We'll see what happens as far because I do feel like Zach Bond and him are very similar to a point.
Correct.
And I'm interested to see how that works out, but their defense is loaded. It's absolutely
and like
loaded.
I said, we lost a lot of edge help, and he could help fill that gap a little bit.
Yeah. A+. And Howie, he targets these big school guys.
Yeah, a 5th round pick to move up for him. Not even who cares.
Yeah.
Wow. Kansas City, though, on a side note, as a prime, Josh Simmons staring at him.
Yeah. And they move up. They obviously felt like Kansas City was threatening to.
Arante Irsay is there too. Yeah. I don't think Kansas City was planning. If Kansas City was going to take Campbell, they wouldn't have traded it. Right?
So who did the Eagles trade with?
Kansas City.
Oh, so they
moved up one spot. Maybe they got a call from like Cleveland. It was like, hey.
Oh, someone was moving up.
Gotcha. So the Eagles were like, okay, we'll give you a 5th round pick.
Yeah.
Jonah wouldn't be bad right here. I would honestly right now just give me Josh Simmons, bro, and just run. Right?
Yeah, they need offensive line, obviously. What if they just shock the draft and they draft a running back and it's like CEH all over again?
Travion
Henderson.
I don't think Andy Reid would spend a lot of like draft capital on a running back again. I'm shocked he did it the first time. No one's coming up for Shador.
They picked Brian Westbrook.
Oh, yeah, 2000. He wasn't a 1st round pick.
Wasn't he?
No.
I
don't think so. Let me see.
I think he was like a 6th or 5th. I know he came out of Villanova.
3rd round pick.
3rd. It's pretty high.
Low-key, I think when he saw Clyde Edwards-Helaire, he's like, is this my Westbrook?
Yeah. Well, we both love Clyde. Clyde was good in college.
Yeah.
I don't know who the Kansas City Chiefs are going to pick.
If it's not they're not trading down, are they?
If someone wants to get a quarterback, that's probably what they're calling. What if they get Luther Burden?
That's a draft. That's drafting right there, boys. That's drafting. You watching NFL Network. Quinn Young, Cooper, Jalen, Nolan. I'm kind of sad that
Jordan Davis a reach.
a little bit.
A little bit.
Better than you.
I hope so.
I love when people say that. That's my favorite thing. Oh, he's a better nose tackle than you'll ever be. I'm like, yeah, I'd hope so. I would think they would just take somebody one. They gotta take somebody, right? The Josh Jacob people are already taping the jerseys. I think we're good for a pick. Let's go. No pick is in one. I think they're making some calls.
Kansas City.
I would think so.
Yeah, because they want to see somebody trade up for that 5th-year option for a quarterback or whatever player, honestly.
Correct, yeah. Good for Travis Hunter.
That boy went 2 overall, man. There's a lot of haters on Travis Hunter. More than you'll be expecting.
Man, I will say this, dude. Having Zach Bond and Jahad Campbell, you can do a lot of things with those two guys.
Yeah.
Because remember, Zach Bond had like 5 sacks last year. And low key, like, that's a great place to go to, right?
Mm.
Philly? You gotta. Come on, let's see what we got.
Jonas Avila.
Is it?
Maybe.
Oh, I thought you said, sorry. I feel like this year went by faster than last year, dude. You agree or no?
It's kind of like the same. Maybe it's because it's not as hot as last year.
I'm being a camel boy, no PP.
Need to drink some more water, dog. Hydrate up. Shout out to everybody in the TikTok stream. Shout out to everybody on the YouTube stream. Appreciate y'all, man.
Yeah, for real, man. It's been a good draft. I feel like last year was so dominated by the Penix pick. It kind of just made everything seem crazier.
Yeah.
Atlanta, man, just fucking crazy, dude. Nothing yet, one. They can't have much more time on the clock, right?
I don't think so. These last picks been getting dragged out. God, fucking Howie Roseman, man. Joey says, I hate my life.
Me too. But I mean, this guy is banged up. He's not like, he was banged up, shoulder, ankle.
I don't think anything to like be worried about injuries.
No, but I mean, I think it did cause him to fall a little bit.
Yeah. I just think because he's a linebacker.
I cannot believe Will Johnson's falling out of this first round.
Yeah, medicals
Shock
are bad.
Of the draft.
Yeah. That is far. God, I hope the fucking Raiders get him, dude.
Got the pick.
All right. Pick is in, guys.
The Kansas City Chiefs are going to get an offensive lineman to help out their quarterback, Josh Simmons, out of Ohio State University.
Yeah, the Chiefs arguably got the best tackle in the draft. He could be.
This is an A+ for me, just off the bat. He's my 10th overall player.
Yeah.
He's a franchise left tackle. We saw what happened in the Super Bowl. We saw them try to put Joe Thuney there. They drafted Kingsley Sumiata. He's not the answer. He's more of an inside guy. This is a tackle through and through. Good length, smooth athlete, understands how to block, how to push people when they go wide. And let's be real, one. Blocking for Mahomes isn't like blocking for Aaron Rodgers, right? You don't have to do, like, you can get away with not being perfect on a couple reps. But this is a great move. And they address a huge need. They get a top-end talent for me. High ceiling franchise left tackle. The Chiefs, they got exactly what they needed to on. The medicals are a bit concerning, but I think he'll be okay.
I think he'll be okay too. The Chiefs end up getting a high-end player, high ceiling. Like I said, I think when it's all said and done, Josh Simmons has the capability of being the best tackle out of this draft, especially in this first round. He has a lot of the intangibles. He has the size. He has the feet. It's really just the knee. It's the injuries. That's really the only problem with him. So we'll see how he does for Kansas City. Kansas City loves these type of guys where they have some length. So
And Andy Reid's an offensive line guru.
yeah, I'm gonna give it an A. I'm not gonna give it an A plus
A
because
plus.
the injuries are
That's
something to
valid.
think about.
Valid.
But it's still a great pick.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the first round of the NFL draft.
Yes, sir.
I think we'll be doing some live stuff tomorrow, right, Juan?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if I'll be around for most of it. I can't ignore my wife 2 days in a row on her birthday. I'm already in the doghouse. Probably gonna sleep here tonight with Juan. Not like that, but in the room on the floor. Let's just go over some of the top available talent, Juan.
Let's do it.
Will Johnson.
Did you update the big board?
Sorry, I didn't do yours. Hold on, let me give me 1 second. If you want to say anything about the first round.
Here, I'll just put yours up.
Oh no, I didn't update that one. I did my yeah. I got you. Just give me your thoughts on the draft, then we'll do some of that.
Well, look, automatically, the picks that I love, the Malachi Starks, that's my favorite pick of the draft. I think they nailed it out of the park. And I would say second, the Eagles. I mean, getting Jahad Campbell that late, they just improved their defense even more. It's just a high impact player potentially, dude. As far as that,
good, by the way, on the big board, I believe.
Some of the biggest shockers, I would say the James Pierce one was pretty shocking considering what they gave up. It's one thing just to pick him right there, but the fact that they gave up a first rounder next year for him, I find that absolutely insane. For a position that wasn't in dire need, it's not like they had nobody there. So that's one of the shockers to me. I love the Omari and Hampton pick with the Chargers. I think that's going to be a great pick.
That was a surprise to me, I will say, just based on what they had. To piggyback off one, the Falcons going up and spending that much capital on James Pierce it's an expensive price to pay, and I think one would agree. Another thing, I didn't love the Bucks pick of Emeka Ibuka. I think that was just kind of a little head scratching, especially with the emergence of Jalen McMillan. One more thing, I think we both should touch on it one more time. The Jags getting ultra aggressive and going for Travis Hunter. I love it. I really do love it, and I love the Browns. We know the Browns aren't going to compete next year. Now you have a chance to select a Shedeur Sanders top of the round. Hey, Shedeur Sanders, man, you got a chip on your shoulder going into training camp. I think a lot of the stuff that was said about you was BS. I think that's another shock of the draft, that he and Will Johnson. Will Johnson for medical, Shedeur Sanders for just everyone just bashing him.
Yeah. And I know a lot of people are going to say that the biggest head scratcher arguably is the Niners picking Mykel Williams for certain people. Look, I'm going to reiterate this again. I love the spot that he went to. If he had to get picked that high, I love the fact that it's the Niners. And it's the pure fact that they're not drafting him to be their best edge rusher. They're just asking him to, hey, beat a single blocker. Nick Bosa is going to get the majority of the attention. Just eat off of him. So I love that aspect of it. Tyler Booker for the Cowboys, I feel like that's a solid pick.
Mod, I'm calling you as soon as we hang up, as soon as we end this podcast. I'm calling a mod for both of our sakes. I will say this one. I agree with the Mykel thing. Again, really early for him, specifically him. But again, the need was there, right? You saw we could use it. And like you said, you don't have to be Batman.
And this is the thing. Like I said this in our mock draft, a lot of these guys that we have here and that we're grading in this process, we're trying to evaluate them on a clear slate. And when I say that, it's like we don't know necessarily where these guys are going. And certain guys' values are higher than others depending on where they go. Yeah. So, yeah, Mykel Williams was 51 on my board. And you're like, oh, why do you like that pick? Well, I like him because he was with the fucking Niners. That's
Correct.
why.
Grading the picks when you know the team they're going to matters differently.
Yeah.
If I know Mykel Williams is going to the Eagles, I love that. If I know he's going to, I don't know, let's see.
The Raiders.
I hate to say the Raiders, but let's just say he's going to the Saints. You're like, oh, the Saints don't have a great track record with developing those guys. They took a swing on Marcus Davenport. It matters where you go. Fit matters in the NFL. It's not like the NBA where I could put Luke on every team and he'll do the same crap. So again, sometimes that affects the grade. I think it was really early for him. Can he be good? Absolutely. Can Will Campbell again? Will Campbell was way early for me.
No.
I don't love him as a prospect. I think he's a guard. But do I understand why the Patriots took a guy to protect Drake May? Absolutely, I do. I didn't give that pick an F.
No, we both didn't.
Exactly.
Yeah. And as far as how this draft is shaping up, I think it just speaks volumes of there's so many great players still. And a lot of these guys, even though they're not first rounders, like look how many guys I have as a 77 grade, early second, early second, early second, early mid second. There's going to be countless guys in this draft that you can get as far as like getting your value.
Yeah.
And there's a bunch of them still on the board. There's some high level players.
Mike Green fell further than I think both of us expected.
Yeah, most definitely. I think that's the second biggest shocker is, obviously Will Johnson falling that far. A guy like Nick Scorian, I'm not totally shocked that he fell. I have him higher, obviously, than other people. But, Nick Scorian's going to be a hell of a player to whoever he goes to tomorrow.
What if the Raiders pick him at, I don't know,
gonna love it.
37 or whatever?
Yeah, I think the Raiders have some great options when it comes to round 2, and I think it's shaping out very good for teams like the Chargers, the Raiders that necessarily didn't go position value picks, but it's like, hey, there's a lot of guys still available that we can just be like, hey, whether we pick this guy at 6 in the first round and then we pick Ashton Genty later, like it's still working out.
Correct. And there's only 3 receivers taken in the first round, I believe. I honestly think, except for tackles and maybe guards, there's everything else is available. You want a franchise quarterback? Shador's still there. If you want Jalen Milroe, we got 2 good running backs from Ohio State, plus a plethora of other ones. We have decent tight ends still there. We have a ton of edges, and we have corners and safeties. One safety.
There's everything.
There's plenty of value, yeah. And I shout out to everyone who stuck with it, anyone who tuned in, commented. Joey, there's light at the end of the tunnel, brother. You're gonna be good. Remember, the Niners have been good. The Raiders are struggling to be good. It's not a big deal. Your team took someone you don't like. How many times has our team taken someone we don't like and they end up good?
Yeah,
and vice versa. Sometimes they take a guy you like.
That's why we love the draft. We don't know how these guys are going to pan out. There's so many scenarios. There's so many avenues of each player. We don't know the outcome of it. We can only project.
Yeah, and we didn't think Jackson Dart was getting picked in the first.
Yeah,
to be honest.
Yeah. So Jackson Dart in the first. That's a shocker too. They wind up. It's just it's kind of crazy. I'm keep on coming back to that James Pierce one. I'm not so mad over the player.
Just like, the price to be paid.
The price is insane. I feel like the Rams caught a sucker. They did.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I feel like the Rams got a sucker, man. And I have a hard time with that pick. I think I only gave that pick and another pick like an F. I didn't give that many Fs today.
I don't think I gave a single one. I gave a lot of Ds.
You definitely gave an F to somebody. I remember.
On that note, we're going to be live tomorrow.
Yeah.
Maybe not the whole time, at least not me. But one, shout out to you, my brother. Thanks for running the stream.
Yeah. I got to do everything around here, but it's all good.
Cap. I fixed the stream. I stand by that. Other than that, one, final thoughts? Anything you want to say?
That's it. We'll see you guys tomorrow. All right. For now, we are out. Peace.
TikTok, boy.
Glittering gold both clean. Not on my team. This organic, we don't buy streams. Big dream.